testing, test, test, test. How do I sound? Test. How do I sound? Hey, Topher Minsky, that's because the Ghost Babel takes place at the same location as NES Metal Gear. It's Outer Heaven, and I believe that the outdoor sections that the NES version added, that the MSX version did not have been more or less canonized. The future games do enjoy making references to those sequences in particular. Hello, and welcome to the official Metal Gear Solid sad stream revisited, starring me, George Weedman, who is playing Metal Gear Solid games in a bunch of weird ways for money, because I need extra money extra hard right now. What an exciting day today is for fans of stupid video games for teenage boys. There has been a new commercials released for everyone's favorite consumer product. Your Metal Gear Solid brand video game product is getting a seemingly successful extra dose of public demographic consumer awareness thanks to the release of an extra fun new commercial. So instead of actually playing a confirmed good game that does exist, that everyone knows and loves and is familiar with, we're instead gonna watch a commercial for an unreleased game that no one knows if it's gonna be good or bad, but everyone sure can get a lot of good mileage and make some extra money by betting on it, like an insane people at a dog race tracking event where the dogs are the result of hundreds upon hundreds of people putting collectively hundreds upon hundreds of work hours into a cutting edge product that's greater than the sum of their individual parts. Thank you for all these messages. What's funny is that it looks like on OBS that the subtitles showing up in the game capture screen are subtitles given to the message pop-ups as like a little thank you message. So we're just gonna make the video feed a little bit bigger than the game feed, so we won't be consuming subtitles with Metal Gear Solid's intro screen with the subtitles for, yeah, let's turn subtitles on because people aren't going to be able to hear that well. The subtitles by the carefully psychologically studied copywriter at Konami who very delicately wrote this script that David Hayter is going to perform that's going to make you really want to buy product. Is there anything going on here in chat that I have to address before I gird my chest for this polar bear dip of doing a react? I'm gonna be doing a react. Oh no, they made Metal Gear Solid Delta political. Oh geez, oh god, I better look away. Everyone's gonna be arguing about politics in the Twitch chat selection. So anyway, let's see what we got going here. Because as I recall, what we got going here is a lot of stuff that you skip. Let's just set that to 2. Now, guys, kids, this is how you deal with advertising in the 2020s. What you do is you hover your little mouse over the window of the timeline in the video, and then slow it down and actually watch the relevant parts where it looks like there's some gameplay on the screen. You know, that's the commercial that you want to watch. As far as the relevancy of the commercial goes towards the product that you're buying, we really want to be looking at these renders of the video game and not the voice actor struggling his heart out to make use of the legacy he's built here. But anyways, yeah, I don't know if these shots are cut together in a more cleaner trailer. I think this looks like stuff we have seen before, but so far as the environmental art stuff goes, I think it looks fine. It doesn't necessarily look like a super photorealistic cutting edge tech demo sort of situation where the game developers might be getting a kick out of fooling grandpa for a few minutes until grandpa squints and looks at the image a little harder and realizes it's not a photo. It doesn't look quite that fancy, which I'm interpreting as good news, because that means I'm not expected to buy a whole bunch of expensive new hardware to play it the way it's meant to be played. Yeah, that's right, David Hayter. Every inch of the world has been rebuilt to be the best, coolest video game ever. But I think some right, actual game commercial editing is happening here. So this looks like moves that are all available in the original game. They're cutting through a bunch of stuff that was already there, but just looks different with the new assets and lighting and graphics engines. Everything that just happened there is good old classic Metal Gear Solid 3, but just from a more helpful camera angle, which is something that has been demanded for a while. And now he's talking about how they didn't really try to go that far out of the way for changing the direction of the cutscenes. He does say the word shot for shot at some point with regards to these, which is generally what you want. However, there is talk among the fan community about the piss filter. It's a very important news topic today that Metal Gear Solid fans talk about whether or not this remake should have, will have, could have a piss filter. So as you will see here in this shot of Metal Gear Solid 3 copyright, Delta copyright, Snake Eater trademark by your friends at Konami, the sky is blue. And much like the webcam behind me in the corner of the screen here, the original game has the lighting set up in such a way so that blue, bright blue, ultraviolet lighting from the sun ends up getting turned into like a very pale whitish borderline yellow shade that is colloquially and affectionately referred to as the piss filter. Now, I've seen some talk in the Twitch chat about how calling it a piss filter is supposed to be like a disrespectful or insulting thing here. I believe it was Gustav VoxXXD here, right? So I'm sorry. So hopefully it will soothe your aching soul and sensibilities, Gustav XD there, to know that when we say piss filter, we're not saying it with any hatred or negativity intended in our hearts. And I'm sure that if society were to adopt a more respectful euphemism to refer to this phenomenon, no harm would be lost in adopting different language. However, the piss filter is something that is regarded retroactively as being very overused and campy and cheesy and kitschy for games of the area. In Metal Gear Solid 3's case, it's a lot of those criticisms are it dodges a lot of those criticisms. It's not regarded as using the piss filter poorly because evoking a like heroic nostalgia is very important for the game's theme and tone and style. It is the back of the box has the word scene planted on one end of the cover to the other in big capital letters. The theme is all about how the scene of the times is always changing, so the mood of the times is always changing. And so looking back at something from the 1960s, no matter your attitude or your goal, is going to necessitate a subjectivity of the frame you're viewing it with, which will include this very consciously sepia-toned 1960s classified government footage, old footage look to the game. In some shots of the remake, it's not coming through. In this one, the sky is blue. You want it to be white. That's how you can tell there's no piss filter. If the sky is blue instead of white, that means there's no piss filter. And it's a very big deal. Very super duper important you understand that that the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake have a properly faithful piss filter. In this shot, we're blue. And this is important. This has to do with the visual kinematic language of cinematic storytelling. Blue colors evoke cool, calm, collected scenes or sadness. There's some psychology going down there that can come off as a little more rough, a little more subtly amateurish if the filters are poorly used. And in this case, we have a shot in the remake where it looks like there's actually more of a piss filter going on. I see more citrusy, pissy colors on the left than the cool bluish colors on the right, but there's still a bit of a desaturation filter being applied. You can kind of see it. They don't want the PlayStation 2 and Kojima's team at the time in 2004 would totally have been capable of giving Metal Gear Solid 3 a sleek blue-orange contrast throughout the whole game. That's something that Metal Gear Solid 2 carries a lot stronger throughout the whole game. Metal Gear Solid 3 doesn't do that. It consciously steers away, creating a color palette that evokes a sleek, modern Hollywood-style production that is so often going to be playing with the blue-orange contrast. Oh yeah, the product is so good. Okay, at 253, it looks like something I'm particularly excited about is coming up. Play styles, new and legacy. Oh, look at his feet. Seamless integration with the background there, guys.
Whether you're old school or playing for the first time, Delta has the best of both worlds.
Oh god.
With legacy style, the game
okay, first of all, no one playing Metal Gear Solid 3 for the first time is going to have the best of both worlds. It's a game that is infamously hard to crack until your second playthrough too. Secondly, this is okay, unironically, no sarcasm intended, the most important news story of 2024 right here is that we have hard confirmation that you can press a button to get the shitty, awful, low visibility, poor visibility, stupid poo-poo, lazy game by bad developer camera system. And one of my favorite things about the Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence re-release is you can click R3 to pull the camera up or bring the camera down. And ultimately that gives you great overhead visibility for vertical, navigating vertical obstructions, and great horizontal visibility for really trying to look all the way out to the horizon line of the x-axis of a much more three-dimensional stealth challenge in Metal Gear Solid 3 than the other two. It feels far more like a 3D game, but released with a much more two-dimensional camera that a lot of players had trouble with. It was a very contentious topic. I think a lot of fans never even played with those original camera angles ever again, and they also take work to implement. You have to rig them up to very, very finicky, glitchy greebles that can make the camera point the wrong way or not follow the character with the right speed. What turned out to be the more popular camera system, where a camera is fixed behind your back and looking more or less forward at what the character's eyeballs are looking like, I believe is actually technically easier to implement than more older school PlayStation era camera systems where you're looking at the game from a pre-set camera angle, which, as it turns out, looks like we've got. This is fine. This is awesome. This is great. This is the best news of the whole year. Why? I will not watch any more news ever again after seeing this. I don't want to go downhill from here. But yeah, look, it looks like someone playing the demo just pressed a button on the controller. Oh, they pressed into the wall. That's what pulls the camera down.
But if you're used to modern shooters, we offer new style with a controllable third-person camera.
Yeah, so this looks like the 3DS style control scheme, but a lot more visually elegant. Not as many, of course for gameplay demo purposes, you're not going to see it, but there's not a bunch of gunk plastered on the screen for control button prompts. Oh wow, oh, products, things. Okay, well, we got an interview with a developer who's gonna talk about how it's the greatest technological accomplishment since the moon landing. I think out of the 10 minutes here, I just paused us through what might be the most relevant 20 seconds. The environmental art and design looks exactly the same as the original game, one-to-one, borderline.
Cutting-edge detail. Every inch of the world.
What's a synonym for perfect but without the subjectivity? Plaster molded. That's a better way to do it, because you can make a mold and it can still come out looking pretty derpy. Yeah, it looks like they slid they slid these new graphics into a solidly unchanged mold of the old level geometry, and thus we're not going to be seeing a reinterpreted or reimagined game. all of these moves, those CQC moves, look really fancy. They look like some very complicated, cutting-edge modern animations. But no, those are in the original game. They were buried underneath some complicated controls. To do that one, I believe you had to like hold O halfway down, and then down on the controller stick, and then let go, and then hold the gun button. But yeah, what you're seeing Snake pull off here is totally doable in Metal Gear Solid 3. It just looks stupider and is gonna feel stupider on your fingers. Cinematic.
Metal Gear Solid 3 took gaming to a new level of cinematic storytelling. Delta.
I feel like the production crew made David Hayter look a little bit closer to Solid Snake. Yeah, for these shots. Look at how his face is all scrunched up. Like his eyes are pinched down into little triangle slits like they are in the PlayStation 1 graphics. Wait, nearly all of the original voice acting? Okay, hang on. That word nearly is going to be doing some work. I assume that means lines that are referencing controller buttons that you press. But, oh, I sure hope that doesn't mean that they cut some characters because of some disputes over voice acting compensation, because that happened to the Silent Hill remaster.
Even for longtime fans, watching these updated scenes is like experiencing them for the first time.
No, it's not.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Really like how you can see the texture detail on his clothing.
I know what you probably want to hear.
The character modeler was trying his darndest to get those textures across.
With legacy style, the game
yeah, see how the camera is like nudging to the right a bit? Very, very important that we see that nudge. Okay, that's it. That's good. It looks fine. It looks fine. Everything about this remake that I've seen so far looks pretty darn fine and inoffensive. But let's turn the audio for the game back on and listen to the menu music for a few minutes while I see what happened in the Twitch chat while I was talking my way through all that, while I was reacting. What sort of controversial, incorrect reactions did I just expose in front of the internet? The actor who plays Zero said he recorded some new lines, probably just to update buttons for the new console controllers. I hope that's the case. Either way, it still isn't really fooling anyone. In the 3DS version, when the characters say new lines to talk about different buttons, you can very clearly hear the crack in the audio where they suddenly sound 10 years older. They're trying their darndest, but not exactly fooling anyone. I almost prefer, depending on how the takes turn out, I would almost prefer them to use the old lines and just update the text instead and not the audio. I mean, come on, we're not idiots. We know what button they're referring to. We can do it. We don't need the voice actor to get called out of retirement. The only thing that concerns me about Delta is it's using UE5, which is infamous for its traversal and shader comp stutter. Agreed. Yeah, that is probably the biggest thing to be apprehensive about. You know, it's the fear is that they could fuck it up somehow. The reassurance is that it seems like they're taking an approach to this product management style that's going to make it difficult to fuck up. It seems like they have been given the time and the money to more or less remake the game to the same artistic standard with modern technology, which is the best we could really ask for. Because if they try to make it as cool as it was in 2004 and break the same boundaries that MGS3 did in 2004, they could potentially screw things up very, very poorly. And I'd rather them play it safe instead. Those subtitles are hilariously wrong. Yeah, I didn't mention that, but it was pretty fun to watch it go through. Release the pachinko cut. Snake's face is off. Oh my god, is it legendary video game journalist, personal trainer, and nutritionist George Super Bunny Hop Weedman? Yes, it is. Hello, welcome. The sky in the original MGS3 looked like an oil baron's wet dream. Yeah, the sky was no longer blue. It had been so polluted. It's not a piss filter because it's green. Now Fallout New Vegas, that's a piss filter. You don't. The people I've seen talk about it definitely do. Oh, sure. That's just... confirmation bias. You could call it a sepia filter, but that's just pretentious. I don't know. It seems more like a sepia filter than a piss filter or a green filter. Will they give the Russians a Russian accent? I hope they don't. Oh yeah, you know there's gonna be people who complain if they didn't include the old camera system. Hi, hello, that's me. I was ready to complain if they didn't include the old camera system. There are some areas in that game. The Ponazovje Mangrove Swamp in that game deserves to be seen through the old camera angles. There are some levels in stealth challenges and guards that are more fun to sneak around from those original camera angles. They landed on the moon like a dozen times, but there are only 6 good Metal Gear Solid games. My friend literally refuses to play the original because he doesn't like the graphics. Fucking Zoomers, man. Graphics never even really needed to look better than PlayStation 2 anyway. At that point, you're just like opening Pandora's box and signing up a deal with the devil. It's too much work to make. Oh boy, George, is what I'm reading under your donation bit true? Spillpot, yes, it is. Yeah, it's too much work, unironically. I say that with full sincerity. It's too much work to make video game graphics better than PlayStation 2 level. And I say that unironically because too much work means higher labor costs, which means economic instability. The ability for the video game industry to produce a big budget AAA game that has a lot of money and marketing budget put behind it, to experiment and be bold and take risks is nilch because of how much work it has been to make graphics better than the PS2 games. You could chart this out. You could make a chart, a line graph of when video games started to get bad, and it happens right around the PlayStation 3 time because development costs shoot way, way, way up. You definitely need a new computer for UE5 to work well. I don't want to buy a new computer for the remake. Something the main producer said in the David Hayter Legacy video is that they want goodwill from the fans of Delta, right? To then have people be more okay with new Metal Gear fans going forward. Okay, Yumitsu. Yes, I'm actually going to put this on the screen. This is very important because I want to inform people of how the, like, hearts and minds corporate strategy works and how you can still be an informed, cautious consumer in this system with this hobby in this industry and not be a fucking mindless consumerist tool, all right? So yes, this is the case. They're playing it safe. They're doing it faithful to the original. They're picking a fan favorite one, not necessarily the highest critical scoring one, nor the highest selling one. They're picking the one that the fans talk the most about on social media out of a conscious brand marketing strategy that the people call, it's this very cynical terminology, but absolutely rings true, a hearts and minds strategy. This is how a lot of console exclusives are made. And now in this case, in these days, publisher companies are so big that more money is going in and out of the publisher's economy than the console manufacturers in a lot of cases. And it wouldn't surprise me if Konami is looking at that good of a financial situation, giving them the free reign to take a loss on a hearts and minds project that is intended to build brand awareness, to build brand loyalty, to get fans feeling real warm and fuzzy deep down inside in their heads when they think of the brand, to sell more units of something that is going to be a higher risk later on when it comes time to make more sequels. So the whole idea totally, absolutely is to win over the hearts and minds of fans with something that they can take a loss on now, so that those same fans will be very easily exploitable later when their guard is low, when they're all softened up and ready for a sequel. The gamble is that if the reboot's strategy doesn't pan out, you then don't get a return, a sequel trilogy that can oftentimes make more money than the original game. But no, this is something that they can have a producer, a lead developer, an executive of some sort get on camera and say, in full 100% sincere belief and conviction, and still and also like genuinely feel the magic and warm fuzzies behind that statement, while still acknowledging the cold corporate capitalistic strategy behind it. So yeah, that is partially why I also have high hopes for this remake in particular. Less so for some others, because a weirder dream project like a remake of Metal Gear 2 that would feature Ocelot instead of jumping to Metal Gear 1 is probably the second most requested remake after MGS3. Like that is so far-fetched and dream like that it would probably be out of the question. But this one being decent does seem like a realistic possibility because the economic incentives are there. It would be good corporate product strategy for them not to fuck this up. Konami returning to making video games hinges on them really not screwing this up. They're probably going to screw up Silent Hill, but there's less of a they have less to lose by screwing up Silent Hill. They're also not doing it with a in-house development studio in Japan by former Silent Hill developers, which I think is also very important for not being worried about Delta. But yeah, let's not worry about Delta for now, because for several other reasons. A big one is that the economic incentive is there for them not to screw it up. They will take a huge loss if they screw it up. If they get it right and stick the landing, they'll take a small loss so that they can milk the brand for Metal Gear Solid, the Pachinko Machine 2 later on. The Pachinko Machine 2 later on. But in order for that to happen, they have to not screw this one up right now. I just replied to something that I scrolled up for a while. If Delta being successful means we get MGS4 and all of its whacked out glory on newer consoles, I'll support whatever diet non-Fox Engine malarkey they got cooking. Better than whatever MGS Survive was doing with the IP. Yeah, agreed. This is, of all the ways they could have resurrected the Metal Gear Solid corpse, this absolutely has to be one of the least offensive ways, and they are aware. It seems like they're fully aware of what they're doing, and they know what this strategy represents. Metal Gear Solid Delta may turn out to be good, but the PS5 will still have no games. It also uses more electricity. MGS3 still looks good to this day. I feel bad for anyone who can't appreciate the beauty of the original. Yeah, it's one of the cases where the piss filter really actually helps. It improves things. I wish Gorg would stream all day, every day. Let a man dream. They struggled with HD gaming. Georgie is reading donation messages. Well, donation messages haven't been coming through. I'm scrolling up. I'm reading chat messages. Give me a minute. While graphics somehow took a nosedive from 2004 standards in 2006. Please, George, do the chart. I need scientific proof of the PS3 destroying gaming. Scientific proof, I mean, it still gets pretty subjective, but the numbers, if you want numbers, I would look at average Metacritic score compared to cost of production. The lower that ratio is, the better the game industry's doing. The higher that ratio is, the worse. The lower that ratio is, that means more critically appreciated games that critics like me love are coming out at a cheaper cost, and more people are buying them and stimulating that the economy going on. If less of those are happening, then that means the industry has consolidated into fewer companies making fewer games that are probably going to stick to a design template that critics like me will find very boring and get burnt out from playing over and over and over again. George, have you heard of our Lord and Savior, Earth Defense Force? Yeah, I know about Earth Defense Force. Happy to answer that question for you. The level of detail and resolution on textures and even animations feels so unnecessary. Same thing with Silent Hill, they picked the popular one. Yeah. Silent Hill 2. I do believe 3 and 4 sold more copies, but 2's the more fan favorite. There's no reason to skip a Silent Hill 1 remake other than the fact that 2 is more talked about, so that's the money one. Hello, Gorg. Fun fact, more people worked on Hard Space Shipbreaker than Morrowind. Modern games are crazy. Jeez. Imagine the money Konami would make if they released all the Silent Hill games on PC fully working. You might be surprised, Spill Polite Yet. It really is a niche audience. They'd make money, but not as much as you think. Timeliness for selling a product is huge. If it's an old product, it can be the best video game ever made. It can be Metal Gear Solid 3, but since that's an old product, a re-release of that on PC hasn't really changed the world like it kind of did in 2005. You should, Super Bunny Hop, you should make a medium-length video about this. Every game was produced under duress. They're too expensive to be produced any other way. Yes, this is true. I feel like MGS3 is a way easier game to get right than Silent Hill 2. It's complicated, though, because I feel like Metal Gear Solid 3's systems are a hell of a lot more complicated. The movement system in Silent Hill 2 is much more simplistic. I definitely recall James getting stuck around invisible walls and having way less tiny little pixel-sized nooks and crannies and outlets he could cram himself into than Snake always can in Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, Silent Hill 2's combat, I feel, is simpler. Its movement is simpler. The story is probably a lot more psychologically complicated, but that's probably easier to just copy-paste cutscenes and shot-for-shot remakes over from old graphics to new graphics. That's probably less room for glitches and headaches and creative dead ends than changing up the gameplay. 1990s Konami was goated. One can only hope they return for gaming with a bang. Don't get your hopes up. One can hope, but my hopes are not very up. I, realistically speaking, might just I expect this Metal Gear Solid 3 remake to be the best of maybe an attempt at a trio of remakes. We got Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear Solid 3. There's probably some other Konami game getting remade that either I don't know about and I'm out of the loop, or they haven't announced it yet, but they're throwing darts at the board. I feel like the Metal Gear Solid dart is the one that's going to get the closest to landing a bullseye, but still not going to meet the tens of millions of sales expectations the execs are going to want to keep this going for very long and very gloriously. It's weird that there really isn't any Castlevania game that they could remake like that. Yeah, where's Castlevania? I predict Delta will be received like the Shadow of the Colossus remake. Solid, but people will argue about the art changes due to modern lighting changing the vibe. And honestly, those are so subtle. Like, I went on about the piss filter earlier, but the piss filter is still such a matter of subtlety that I don't think it's gonna make or break the success of the product. One of the least offensive ways. I'd say an MGS remake is the most inoffensive way to bring back the series. Nah. A high-quality remaster of Metal Gear Solid 1 with the associated movie finally getting wrapped up and coming out of development hell. I feel like it would be safer to do a remaster of Metal Gear Solid 1 that would still have a low poly style, very cheap to make, but look sleek. All of the models would still look like they were made out of triangles, but they would look like they were chiseled from metal, from laser etched metal or something. Their textures would be very toyetic. They could just shovel that one out pretty quick, I bet, and it would make a lot of sales from name recognition alone, and curiosity to see what the new art style would look like. They wouldn't have to spend much money at all redoing design work over again. Metal Gear Solid 1 is a much more simple game than Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 3 has systems going on. Don't forget all the complicated systems. The camouflage system, the line of sight system, the hunger system. There's none of that going on in Metal Gear Solid 1. It's a Pac-Man arcade game in comparison. And those systems, how many moving parts in the game are interfacing with the player's fingers? It's important to keep in mind. That's what screws, that's what costs the money and causes the headaches more than the graphics do. The graphics intersect with that stuff and can cause more headaches and glitches as graphics get more complicated. But that's the interrelated nature of the complexity of the gameplay multiplying with the complexity of the graphics is why an MGS3 remake is probably a shakier proposition than the Metal Gear Solid 1 remake, where the gameplay is so much more simpler. They should just remake Snatcher, yeah. Snatcher and Police Knots, I think, would also be a pretty solid, quick and easy, remastered, high resolution but same game for the modern digital arts marketplace style release. More people need to know about those, and that would be a clean way to address that problem. I can't see how MGS1 can get a remake after Delta. I doubt the voice acting lines from the original is usable anymore, while Tin Snakes is partially owned by Nintendo. Then there's having to redesign and rebalance everything from modern designs compared to the original. Yeah, I just don't... If you put the camera in Metal Gear Solid 1 behind the character's back, I think it would start to break. Keeping the original camera angle from the original height with the original width of the frame is key to making the gameplay work with these level designs. They built it out of Legos for this reason, and when I play it on hard mode with alternate guard placements, you'll really see what I mean. If you utilize the tools of visibility that the game has you, there's just enough friction to make problems of visibility very interesting to solve in a way that they aren't with a more modern camera system. This is a problem that started back with the Twin Snakes remake, where aiming and looking at things in first person with the power that of visibility that gives you negated the interesting challenge of so many interesting problems. The remake I'm giddy for is the Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes, but having played Alan Wake 2 on PC, they'll probably run like poo-poo. Here I am just wanting a sequel to Rising, but I don't think that's going to happen. There's a lot of chat I got to scroll through. Wow. Okay, we're gonna. I can't keep addressing everyone's individual complaints. I'm going to actually play video game at some point. I feel like we're going to look back on Delta like we look at Twin Snakes and that the updated controls trivialize the rest of the game design. I'm worried about that. More subjectively and wishy-washy, I'm just worried about it feeling like a generic action game more than a unique action game with its own unique personality. Being able to use the camera to look at your problem and solve your problem by just pointing your camera right at it with your stick or your mouse sounds like it's just such a less interesting way of addressing a problem that every every early 3D game up until around 2008 or so had to think of a different way of solving, which is how do you get the player to look at the problems they need to be looking at, the threats and the obstacles they need to be looking at on a controller that only has so many buttons and sticks available for that function. What ended up happening is that game design standardized. I'm worried that the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake in your fingers is going to feel uninteresting, unstimulating to play because of how much easier it'll become because of that. But on the other hand, I'm so happy to play it with the updated graphics from the shitty original camera angles that, like, having the original camera angle system in there solves that problem right in the bud. I disagree. The problem with Twin Snakes was adding controls that weren't in the simpler MGS1, aiming down sights and tranquilizers. I can't imagine what Konami could add that wasn't in the original MGS3, and from the looks of it, they're playing it super safe anyway. Yeah, Babo Bunga is right. Babo Bunga has got it correct. MGS1 is a far simpler game under the hood. The engine that's churning under the hood when you open up these games is way simpler and more primitive of a design for MGS1 than MGS2 and 3. How about classic Metal Gear 1 remake? Same top-down perspective, but hyper-realistic graphics. So, I actually... I regard a lot of requests for Metal Gear 1 remakes with chagrin. So, I think there's not as much interesting territory to explore story-wise with Metal Gear 1. I think there's not as much interesting situations to explore gameplay-wise with Metal Gear 1, because I basically feel that the same levels were done better, and the same core stealth gameplay was done better in both sequels for Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid. So with respect to that, I feel like if they're going to go through all the time and trouble and millions of dollars needed to remake an MSX game, they should remake Metal Gear 2 as opposed to just Metal Gear 1. Or throw in Metal Gear 1 as the quick, cheap prologue game to the bigger, more expensive project of a Metal Gear 2 remake. Metal Gear 2 is way more interesting of a product and a story and an experience and a narrative and a piece of art than Metal Gear 1. Metal Gear 1 still feels like it's from an era of games being for making money for arcades or for keeping the kids busy as toys. It's with Metal Gear 2 where you start to get these more highbrow artistic ambitions out of Kojima. And I think it is actually pretty important for players to see that in its original context and with the 1990 pixel art graphics so that you can better appreciate how far ahead of time he was. But Zoomer gamers demand remakes. So if it's got to be a remake, I feel like that might be a more interesting project to pick up than one of the 3D games that people already know and appreciate so much better. I played MGS1 for the first time last year, and it was surprisingly difficult. Yep, it's the boss battles that get you. I want to have the prequel where you play as Viper and can speak in codec with Slasher Hawk, who would correct you for using overused white man terminology. George, screw the game itself. Let's just hang out. I mean, I am literally getting an increase in viewers. Viewership is going up the least amount of video games I play. I understand the need to reintroduce these franchises to new audiences, but I also wish talented studios got more opportunities to do new stuff. Yeah, it is irony, isn't it? If AAA game development has reached a level of budget that is unsustainable, that is actively a hindrance to the creativity of game developers who have a cool creative idea that just gets whittled down into playing like Gears of War 8 or Halo 12 instead of whatever they wanted Destiny to be originally or The Last of Us to be originally. Maybe it is the best solution for all of that budget and resources to be used for remakes that play it conservatively while more middle of the tier projects, double A or single A projects, medium budget projects of medium size scale and scope, end up taking the rest of the slice of the pie chart. Maybe that's ultimately a happier way to get hundreds of millions of dollars to settle into the game development industry. The AAA projects play it safe by being remakes. The medium budget projects play it dangerously by getting experimental with new ideas. Real gamers don't play video games, they complain about them. That is true. That is absolutely, positively the truth. I've logged a hell of a lot more hours complaining about them than I have played them. I also want to see a random trying to write Metal Gear Solid dialogue because I think it would be hilarious. Trig the Discovery, I hope that you are going to keep watching these streams long enough to see me play the extra content in Metal Gear Solid 2. The Snake Tales are like that. I did one of them. I want to do more. I want to do more extra content of all games in this trilogy and Ghost Babel. It's fun stuff. It's good stuff. And the the Metal Gear Solid 2 Snake Tales and Big Shell Evil, there's some others. I might be getting the names wrong, but they're absolutely Metal Gear Solid dialogue, but written by randoms who have no experience writing Metal Gear Solid dialogue story block text in between those levels, and they are hilarious. There was a line reading where oh yeah, where in the Big Shell Evil it turns out that the villains are like smuggling hard drugs. Solid Snake isn't like stopping a big anime robot or a weapon of mass destruction. The big plot twist is he finds out he's sneaking through a warehouse that's guarded by guys wearing masks with guns because they're just shipping drugs. Yeah, if you are interested in what Metal Gear Solid dialogue written by randos sounds like, check out the Big Shell Metal Gear Solid 2 bonus stuff. George justifying the existence of an MG2 remake instead of just saying he wants more people to play it. Yeah, an MG2 remake I think would also be a good opportunity to update the story for the current continuity. Ocelot should be there, and Big Boss should also tell Snake that he's his father. These are twists that were later retcons assumed happened and didn't happen. But I've been talking so much, and I haven't even played the game yet. I already have to run to the bathroom and do my first bathroom break.
Nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by Next Generation Special Forces, being led by members of Foxhound.
Okay, what did I miss? There are still so many Twitch chat messages that I have to catch up on, and so little time. Remaking Metal Gear 2, but it looking like a PS2 game would be neat. Whoa, maybe this is actually the solution. Maybe we could fix the game industry by having medium tier projects that are aiming for that PS2 level of fidelity, back when the world made sense and everything was perfect, and the PS2 level of fidelity was what the big expensive projects were getting. Yeah, like a Metal Gear 2 remake in the style of Metal Gear Solid 2 would be a super duper interesting project. Absolutely worth it. I think there would be something worth exploring that would be a really interesting, fascinating, worthwhile reinterpretation of the concept and the story and the location at a, and this is also the most important part, at a level of budget and feature creep that would be controllable. Yeah, you gotta aim modest with game development, people. Why do I have 90 viewers? I'm not even playing the game, and this is more viewership than I got when I was performing impressive feats of hardcore gamer abilities. I really like this idea. A PS2 quality game. Yeah, a PS2 level remake of Metal Gear 2 could have fun cutscenes that are fun to watch, that have fun motion capture actors voiced by fun voice actors doing. It would have a level of cinematic spectacle and theatrical production to the performance. But the level of the graphic quality demanded wouldn't require like $1 million photogrammetry rigs for them to photograph a tree from every single possible angle to get the in-game model looking correctly. Yeah, they should. I, and all my wisdom and expertise from my position in the game industry, declare that they should do those things that I just said they should do. Titch the shirt and I'll get even more views, Daddy Bunny Hop. Didn't MGS 3D already make a change that made things easier? Adding crouch walk was a single change that made things easier. If we add in all the control systems of the Phantom Pain in MGS 3, I think there is a risk of breaking the previous design. Crouch walk, sprint, lateral rolling, etc., as well as just how smooth it is to control your character changes how easy the game is. Yeah, one of the things you can do in Metal Gear Solid 3 is just pick the highest rated camo on the list and belly crawl your way through the whole game. In Metal Gear Solid 5, you can lateral roll while on the ground. So, you know, one of the first things I'm going to try doing is setting the highest camo on and laterally rolling my way from one end of the beginning of the game all the way to the end. Tim Rogers from Action Button says his view increased during streams too when he's talking and decreased during gameplay. That being said, both are fun, especially when having interesting, funny, insightful commentary. Drugs, how quaint. I'm not reading this stuff anymore. I'm not reading it out loud. I'm soaking it, I'm absorbing it, but if I say it with my mouth, I will be going down way too big of a tangent. Okay, I'm all caught up. That sounds like making the game better. Yeah, I think I'm caught up on how, on when I was talking about the Metal Gear 2 remake getting remade in PlayStation 2 graphics in the style of Metal Gear Solid 2. Right, think of all those twos going on there. It's brilliant, it's like poetry, it rhymes. It's the second attempt at making Metal Gear 2, which is the second Metal Gear game. It could be in the style of a PlayStation 2 game, in a way that looks and feels and plays like the beautifully sharp, clean-looking graphics and beautifully responsive 60 FPS controls of Metal Gear Solid 2. I'm approaching Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake the same day I did with the Thousand Year Door Remake. Good chance to replay the OG while new generation plays it for the first time. I'll do Silent Hill 2 the same way. I don't need remakes, but it's a good reason to replay. There was a fan project a few years to release a Metal Gear 2 remake with PS2 style graphics on Itch.io that Konami took down, I believe.
Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus.
Every game would be better with PS2 graphics.
Giant and Shaman.
I want my life remade with PS2 graphics. It's a PlayStation 2 game called Metal Gear Solid 2. Metal Gear 2, the second Solid. Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake Solid 2. Metal Gear 2, too solid to stop. Metal Gear 2, too solid, too stop, too fast, too furious. Why not go all the way back and make every game with Pong graphics? No, okay, you're being cynical. I'm being genuine. I promise this isn't a nostalgia thing. It's an economics thing. It's a budget thing. It has to do with making sure that the graphics look like what they are supposed to represent. That you can represent the basic toolbox of archetypes that video game developers like having their players explore. You're going to want your sewers to look like sewers. You're going to want your fields to look like fields. You're going to want a factory to look solidly enough like a factory. Most strategically and usefully, deserts start looking like deserts in the PlayStation 2 days. The deserts look very weird in PlayStation 1 and N64 days with that low fog view distance. But in PlayStation 2 and onwards, the desert starts almost becoming the default literal sandbox for game design ideas to get plastered onto. And all this has to do with hitting a level of fidelity where what you see on the screen starts making sense, but not so impressive that it breaks the budget and goes over. I was just making a joke. Cause only an insincere joking statement could stack up against the sincerity and objective correctness of the statements I make, right? Shenmue 3 is a great example of a game that would have been far superior if it used retro-style 3D graphics instead of modern engines. It's like how the Bloodborne remake is a fantastic piece of art. Yeah, okay, no, I can't keep going on. I gotta hit new game. We're playing an alternate round. Hold down the inventory and weapon item buttons if you do not want to play alternate round. Well, I want to play alternate round. And I want to play it on hard mode, not extreme mode. But I also want... I don't want rations, but I also don't want the hard bosses. I wish there was a middle ground. Let's play hard mode, because those bosses are like real... No, I can do it. I can do it. I can do extreme. I got this. Also, we're gonna watch the bare minimum of cutscenes, the necessary ones to get a bare bone presentation of the story going. So, reminder, I'm playing with alternate guard placements on, so I'm not going to have my memory helping me out. I'm also on a hard difficulty where the radar is turned off. On extreme mode, you also don't pick up rations from the ground, you have to farm them from killing guards. I'm also not going to commit to it super hardcore, but I will try to keep kills to a minimum. If I can get through an area without killing a guard, I would rather do that than bring more unnecessary deaths into the world.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake?
Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface, but make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec.
I also am noticing that there's a light bloom effect missing from the numbers in the middle of the codec screen on the PC version. There's a number of missing effects here. It's a real shame.
Press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
I did not hear any cars driving by when the Colonel was reading his lines just then. Oh yes, I have fully simulated analog stick control. That feels so good, yeah! It's not jumping back and forth. I got smooth, sleek gradation to my movement here. But the stair-stepping on the pixelated text is killing me. I was playing this game on the small screen on my little handheld, my Pow Kitty RGB Max 2, just to see what it's like, to see what this text looks like without that pixelation, and it is gorgeous. I really Really wish there was some way to get a PC version of Metal Gear Solid 1 that has all of these problems fixed. And come to think of it, the reason I'm not playing the Master Collection is because of how this alternate guard placement business is not in that version. Damn. Let's restart. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. What kind of PC are you running now? High-end, medium-end? It's not a good one. It's also probably 10 years old now at this point.
Snake! Snake!
The codec communicates with the snail that lives in your ear. Yeah, that's your inner ear. There's a little snail in there, and it jiggles around, and that's how your body knows when you're nauseous or not. Is by the snail jiggles. I think I need to go to the right of this guy. When he has his back turned and he's walking away, I think I need to go to his right. I don't think there's a good opportunity to go down the path he walks down. Yee. Ah! Ah! We're resetting.
Where'd he go?
What? I have the same crappy PC situation as George. I don't know if it's the same situation, but I haven't had a great gaming PC for almost a year now. My gaming PC exploded last year, and I never got around to replacing the broken parts. What I have learned in that year since is that you don't need a gaming PC. It's just consumerism. You can live without. You don't need any of this stuff, guys. I have another computer, a quote-unquote work PC. That became my new gaming PC, and I've been playing retro games on it, and Hunt Showdown 2, all year ever since. All year since my gaming PC has been broken down, I've been playing retro games on a work computer, and turn-based strategy games on a little handheld emulation machine, and I've been having the time of my life. That's a perfectly fine situation to be in. You don't need a gaming computer. You don't need any of that stuff to live. It's just a luxury. I'm using this camera to peek left and right. See, instead of controlling a camera behind Snake's back and peeking that camera left and right with a little bit of lateral or vertical character movement to spot if someone's coming at me from the right of my hiding spot versus the south of my hiding spot, I'm moving the stick about as much. It's just a very light movement of the stick down, and that gets me peeking south here and peeking to the right here. I can switch between those two modes and feel like I have pretty good visible coverage of this turn. And using first person, I can also keep some pretty decent visibility of where this guard's gonna come out at and what route he's gonna take when he gets off the elevator, because if he comes my way, I gotta think of a plan quick. Oh, this is new. But either way, it's a good hiding spot. And it doesn't feel like an immediately obvious one, like I'm not hiding underneath a truck or something. But it's one that, like, really makes sense with, oh no, with the consistency of the angle that the camera always takes when you press into the edge of a wall. Like, without fail, it's almost that same kind of 35 to 40 degree half turn. So before you press into the wall, you have a pretty good idea of what you're going to be looking at once you press into it. So, like, a lack of ambiguity and a ability to use precision. I'm going now. Yeah, I'm not going now. There's a lack of ambiguity and a just enough of the ability to use precision to the point where in your fingers, oh god, in your fingers it makes a lot of sense. It's conveying the kind of struggle that Snake himself would be having with visibility cramped in these tight hiding spaces, right? Because he wouldn't be able to see over corners and above cover either. It's an advantage that we have as the players of the stealth game. If you get into some hardcore solo mode hunt showdown, you really will come to appreciate just how much power a third-person camera angle in a stealth game gives you as a player. But having to fight for visibility when you're cramped down in a hiding spot seems like a part of the stealth game power fantasy that would make a lot of sense. If you can't see bad guys, they can't see you, and that's a problem. That can be a problem. Playing the game this way actually looks quite tense. Yeah, it does. It's fun, too. It kind of feels like a horror game. It makes a lot of sense with the rest of the game design, the power fantasy that they're exploring, and how long the guards can view for. The limited guard visibility distance makes a lot of sense when you play it like this. The story makes a lot of sense when you play it like this. If you go through a Metal Gear Solid game... Oh, god damn it. If you go through a Metal Gear Solid game perfectly undetected and keeping your killing to an absolute minimum, the story makes a lot more sense too. One of the... I really do genuinely... He really is genius Kojumbo, guys. One of the things that seems really weird about Metal Gear Solid's story is how it's written as if Snake is sneaking his way through perfectly stealthily and not killing guards. The story has you encountering characters who are assuming that you're not there. They do not act as if you're killing guards left and right. I feel like this is a... I need to choose a different method for sneaking past that guy. And I believe I had this worked out a little bit better earlier when I was thinking about going down the a pathway to his right instead of the left. But I think that is actually incentive for replay value and depth of game design purposes to get you replaying the game and learning the systems well enough to where you can play through the game with a play style that makes sense with the narrative, and also play the game with a visual style to your camera movements that make sense to a coherent directorial vision that these angles are exploring in a way that is completely lost in modern game designs where you're in fully control of the camera at all times. A lot of those dimensions to the game design that I was just talking about are going to be lost if the camera that you're controlling your character with never breaks pace or stride from a 5-foot distance that likes to hover about 4 to 5 feet off the ground and likes to stay behind your character's back, pointed at wherever their head is pointed at. The problem I'm having here is not a problem I would have with that kind of camera system, and I consider it an interesting problem to learn how to solve. Nowadays, every stealth game has sense through walls vision to account for that. Yeah, Kojimbo really thought of everything. Yes, he did. He thought of how to make the perfect cinematic action movie game, and thought of a very different dialogue and philosophy than David Cage sure did. Metal Gear Solid is the perfect cinematic action movie video game because you think like a director, you think like the character, and you think like a, actor. When you're deciding to kill guards or let guards live, you are thinking like the character. When you're thinking about whether or not you want to do that just because of how it makes you feel, rather than because of how, it advantages or disadvantages your gameplay strategy, which is what the whole non-lethal element to the combat in Metal Gear Solid is doing. It's adding a layer of moral and conscious ethical decisions on top of the purely mechanical, tactical gameplay decisions. And so as a result, you end up asking questions while playing that sound something like, how would... God damn it. How would killing these guards make me feel? Which is the kind of question an actor portraying Solid Snake in the movie would ask, is how would killing this guard make Snake feel while he's doing it, or after he's doing it? When you're playing Metal Gear Solid and thinking of a question like, okay, do I need to kill this guard, or is there some other alternate way through here? Can I use a chaff grenade to sneak past a camera instead of kill a guard to sneak past the part he's guarding? You can, you're thinking like Solid Snake the character. You're processing the information that the level and the game design are splaying out on the screen in front of you and working with the tools of a simulated environment of the commando stealth action movie fantasy. When you're struggling with camera controls, when you're asking the question of, okay, how clean of a view can I get on Snake killing this guard, you're thinking like the director. And some of those camera angles can make those kills look grisly. Some of those camera angles make them look casual. When you're at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3 playing in the original camera control system, there's a very exciting car chase scene. And sometimes it looks like the camera is bouncing and shaking in a moving car as it follows your perspective through that chase scene. And that's a case where just holding down the shoot button and killing guards that you see, dun 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 dun, that felt good, that you see at a distance with the camera shaking. There's not a lot of blood and guts that's right super close in the camera. The view of the killing from that angle is pretty clean and distant. That's totally a part of the game where Kojima wants you to hold down the shoot button and kill. And the rest of the game, Kojima seems to want you thinking about the killing in a way that has you doing a bit of role play for all of these different roles that show such a genius understanding of the power fantasies audiences have when they watch a fun action movie. Like the guys who were watching The Escape from New York and thinking, oh man, John Carpenter sure looks like he was having fun making this game, are gonna play Metal Gear Solid and thinking, oh man, it sure looked like this was fun to work on. And when they see Kurt Russell chewing up the scenery, hamming up his performance as Snake, they're thinking, oh man, it sure does look fun to play as Snake in this movie. And the games feel good enough on your fingers and give you a satisfying, wacky enough tool set to give you something that's gonna look like an action movie stealth scene in a lot of cases, which do get funny. The slapstick folds into that as well, like giggling when James Bond is karate chopping a bunch of guards, but then one of them like gets hit with a frying pan all of a sudden. Jackie Chan style shtick is the kind of slapstick humor that Metal Gear Solid does, that is consciously engaging with the fun of watching a fun action movie. Fucking these games, I'm telling you guys, these games.
This is Alaska, you know.
Take it easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
An anti-freezing peptide, Snake. All of the genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested, huh? By the way, how's the diversionary operation going?
So a non-utilitarian game design philosophy. I don't know, what's
Terrorist radar should have already picked them up.
what's the terminology here? What is a utilitarian game design philosophy? The philosophy is to make a game that captures the fun and art of an already existing medium by having the player engage with realizations of power fantasies that the already existing medium is implying. Oh, it still says Ghost Babel, huh? I just broke the audio of that cutscene to correct something wrong with the Twitch stream. Oh, we don't get to hear them flirt. It's a shame.
We'll be monitoring your movements by radar, so contact us by codec anytime you want.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
What is
Seriously,
Ghost
Snake,
Babel?
we're here
My
to
gosh,
back you up,
people
so call if you need some
don't even know what
information or
Ghost
advice.
Babel is.
I'm also in charge of your mission data. Contact me if you want me to record your current status. My frequency is 140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving data. Don't forget it.
Remember, except for your binoculars, you're naked. You need to arm yourself with whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in
What
that
is
position.
Babel and why is it a
Well,
ghost?
if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you
Babel
do it.
is a linguistic reference to the Bible story about the
By the
Tower
way,
of Babel
sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to
that
swallow out my
is
smokes.
used to
How did you
address
do that?
situations of ethnic
Thanks
and
to the shot
cultural
you
and
gave me to
linguistic
suppress my
complexities, of which
Cigarettes. How are
some
those going to help you?
themes in the game
know.
address. You know what? Maybe I should talk about Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel when we get some quiet time, when the cutscenes start to quiet down. I'll talk about some extended thoughts about Ghost Babel. I'd also like to play
There's the
Ghost
front
Babel
door.
later,
It's the
actually.
fastest way, but there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
Was I just scoffed at for not knowing MGS on Game Boy Color? Am I a normie? Yes, you go out too much. Where haven't you been? Like, I can't... Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel is something I've known about for 20 years going on now. I never actually played through the whole thing, but I have known of it. It has been a presence in my life. It seems like... Yeah, because if you go to Metacritic or Games Giant Bomb, if you go to some kind of review aggregator and sort Metal Gear games by score, Ghost Babel is actually at the top of the list. That's the one that the critics had the least divisive disagreements over. The highest rated Metal Gear game, objectively, statistically, is actually Ghost Babel, not one of the better ones. Which is why you shouldn't think review scores are qualifiers of quality. They are snapshots of a public attitude in a time and a place, and they are subject to economic factors. I mentioned it before. I spent a lot of time talking about it before, but I just love the look and vibe of the heliport level here. Very complicated polygonal geometry going on for the PlayStation 1, but the PC version's churning through it at 60 frames per second easily. One thing that I don't think you notice until looking at it from a few angles at a few times is how it does look like you're heading into the belly of the beast. It looks like a big face. The two spotlights look like eyes. The hangar door in the middle looks like a big mouth. In this way, it seems like Snake is sneaking his way into and beginning his adventure by sneaking into the nostril of a sleeping giant. It's a really, like, good-looking area with this poetic symbolism going on that always struck me as really artistically impressive for how low the level of 3D technology is and how messy the pixelation of the texture work looks. But there is an elegance to this image, a symmetry to it, and an elegance to its composition that really stands it above and apart the rest. Yeah, no, like you go back and play an old Tomb Raider game, it shows its age in a way that Metal Gear Solid 1 doesn't. It's crazy to think that it is just crazy when you do consciously compare what this game looks like compared to other 98 games, compared to the Tomb Raider and the Crash Bandicoot. Metal Gear Solid and Ocarina of Time and Half-Life 1. We have some slight props to Mega Man Legends. I think I'm not going to kill this guy. He's patrolling a lot faster than before, but I don't think he's patrolling a significant place, and I think he's too nearsighted to spot me trying to make my move to the chaff grenade across the spotlight. The more important guard is the one on the far side of the helipad. But yeah, the artistic direction going on with the low poly geometry in this game is leagues above the contemporaries. Oh no. I think I know who it was who spotted me. Oh, Thief is 98 too. Yeah, Thief definitely has a blockier look to it, despite still pushing roughly the same kind of poly count, I'd bet. Metal Gear Solid just has its blocks arranged in such a arrangement as to fool your mind's eye into thinking you're looking at a curved surface when you are absolutely not. But the modeling on the helicopter model really shows it off well. Dun 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 dun. Okay, well I guess I learned by now that I can't get the chaff grenades in the helipad from the little stair-steppy entrance on the right, because this guard is patrolling that too tight. So maybe what I should do is go through the northern stair-steppy, move to my left, time it up to when the guard's not going to be a problem, and then go back across when I have better visibility of the guard on the other side. Better horizontal visibility along the x-axis where I can get my eyeballs pointed at the horizon line of this guy. Yeah, see the horizon line I'm talking about? I can make my way across the helipad and get the chaff grenades and time it up to a moment in his routine where his back will be turned to the action. Actually, I might have a worse problem now with this guard coming up on my left here. I might want to kill him. I remember this guard being a huge pain in the ass in my previous runs, and now he's not showing up, and I'm a little creeped out. Where is he? There he is. He's behind the truck right now. I have a lot of time to make a dash for these chaff grenades. Mississippi 3, Mississippi 4, Mississippi 1, Mississippi 2, Mississippi. It looks like he's far away enough that it should let me get him. Don't forget this mode adds new surveillance cameras too. That is definitely good to know because the surveillance cameras are especially hard to spot. Oh my gosh, following the footsteps screwed him up. It put his eyes on the ground. If he was looking at the horizon line, he would have seen me. Neat. Yeah, the security cameras are almost a bigger pain in the ass than the guards because they're harder to spot. You can't spot them by motion. You gotta look for their green flashlight sprite thingamajigs. This guy on the left has a special new routine that I'd like to get to know better.
A surveillance camera?
Surveillance camera. I should have chaffed. Do a funny jump off the cliff. I don't think you can do a funny jump off the cliff. You can in Twin Snakes. Oh, it's a shame. Okay, now the guard on my left is doing interesting new things I want to know more about. Ah, I got it. Come on, feet steps. There they are. It's so much more immersive with the radar off. Like, just footsteps and wind noises is a nice headspace for my ears to be in. Let's wait for the guy on the left to make his rounds. Where can I get a good view of him? I guess on the underside of this box? Yeah. This is actually a pretty good outlook, viewpoint, what do you want to call it? Yeah, so part of the, like, sneaky spy soldier commando power fantasy does typically involve finding a nice perch that overlooks the outpost where the commando scopes out the enemies before going in, right? It feels like something that Snake would be doing in oh god, no, in the grisly 80s grindhouse John Carpenter political thriller action movie Metal Gear Solid. Damn it. He turned around. I was hoping he wouldn't turn around. You know what? This seems like quiet time. And I said that when there was quiet time, I would talk more about Ghost Babel and some further extended thoughts on it. Yeah, I really enjoyed Ghost Babel. I thought it was great. A very, very fun and effective deconstruction of Metal Gear Solid into 2D. However, I really already got my kicks with that concept from Metal Gear 2, and that game has a very strong place in my heart. Also, it gets points for being considerably, god damn it, farther ahead in its time. Come on, what? I was trying to get out of a spot where I thought I was fucked, but I might have just been fucked. I also think that they are hearing footstep noises in this mode, and they might not have been before. But yeah, I still, despite the review scores for that being so high, I think that's because of the power of first impressions more than anything else. Should I start killing guards? I'm actually tempted to for once. Metal Gear 2 is still the favorite 2D Metal Gear game. I feel that the story is stronger and that the level design absolutely is stronger. Level design was really holding it back. There were far too many 2D retro game mazes going on, and far too many of those mazes were using a very minimalistic employment of the Game Boy's graphics when it came time to show what a floor should look like. So a lot of areas with walls and floors that looked the same, that would restrict player movement in ways that felt arbitrary and punishing. Metal Gear 2 has that problem in one swamp area where there is one swamp puzzle that has you find a hidden path through a swamp, and none of that bullshit shows up through the rest of the game. Oh no, am I fucked? That guy spotted me from quite a while. Either way, I'm gonna wait it out because I want to keep hold of those chaff grenades I picked up. On EX, the guards have a bigger view cone. Yeah, okay, good to know. So I don't think it's possible to get the stun grenades in here without using up a chaff grenade, and I should buy...
Surveillance
No,
camera?
skip. Okay. I should also use the time it buys me to sneak past the next camera in line 2. Which is this one. But now I'm in the path of the guard, and I also don't have good visibility. Ooh, look at this! What a neat, good camera angle. That one was awesome. Where'd he go? Yeah, I want to use that camera angle. I like that one. I want to go sneak back to that one particular piece just so I can use that camera angle for something useful in my life. Okay, I think that I strongly prefer the easier level design and greater technological capabilities of the MSX2 when it comes to Metal Gear 2 for being my favorite Metal Gear 2D pixel art one. I think that the story is also a little stronger in Metal Gear 2. There was a little bit of confusion going on in Ghost Babel where it seemed like the game was finally interested in addressing some elephants in the room that would be going on with Big Boss's mercenary microstate concept, with regards to the racism and the language, the Project Babel stuff. Where did the guard go? I'm very scared now. I'm not scared at all. I feel great, actually. I have a good idea of what he's gonna be doing for the next 30 seconds and a great camera angle with which to follow the camera with. Yeah, dun 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 dun. Okay, so from this angle, right, I should be able to see him crawl over the vent. Now I hear him. I think I can use some first-person leaning movements to track him when he... But yeah, that was a close one. When his back will be fully turned and it'll be safe for me to come out. So now he's going behind the truck, and I want to sneak out to the right of the truck, but there is one other guard, this guy. Now, what about the camera? Good old camera's still there. Look at how much mileage utility you can get with this truck because of the camera angles. There are all these camera angles that you may never have even known about. And I'm tracking him well enough with my eyeballs and sound cues. I'm gonna go pee real quick, but while I'm gone and there's total silence, like, look at how much of this guard you can see without the radar. You can hear his footsteps, you can see the breath of his smoke. His route is also pretty simple and predictable. You can do this without the radar. It's fine. It's totally fine. He's on the left. He's walking away from me. Now he's walking towards me. It's fine. You don't need the radar. You got tools, you got sounds, you got sight lines, and all these different camera angles are accessible with just a very quick flip of the D-pad. If you're backed into a corner, you just press the D-pad in the direction of the corner you want to peek at. But like in a tactical shooter video game that is popular with military nuts that like military themes, like Metal Gear Solid seems fascinated with, you do have to be very strategic about when and where you peek and what sort of angles you're looking at the scene with. It makes a lot of sense. This is a very valid way to play Metal Gear Solid that not a lot of people know about. Okay, we got another guard up here. I remember seeing him earlier. So before going, we're gonna wait. We're gonna be patient and careful and tactical. Patience is getting a little tested. I kind of want to take some peeks. I don't see him. Did they remove him? Or is he showing up now? No, he's showing up now. I gotta get back down. He might just be slower this time, but I definitely saw him up there. You're also, like, using deduction. You're using your brains. I just caught a peek of him. I can't see him anymore, but I know he's there, so I'm using my brain to visualize what he looks like right now. What is he doing? What is he doing? And thus, is it safe for me to move or not? You know, the Nikita missiles might also come in handy as a visibility tool. I just heard some footsteps from his direction. Oh, I think I remember his shtick is that he's gonna be walking in a very small, tight route with very small, tight, quick turns is, I think, what's going on with this guard. So if I stay low... Well, yep, there he is. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Alright. I remember doing this on a previous stream. When he takes 2 steps away from me, he'll begin part of a loop that will give me enough time to get behind him and knock him out and move on to the next area from there, which is now. And now I hide. But to those who haven't been seeing it before and might think I'm crazy and don't know what I'm talking about, look at the camera angles that I've been using to get past this guy, and how they're all pointed at this guy. The camera angles in this game were built to line up with the guards' placements, with the enemy placements, and the problems the player is going to need to be seeing. George shoots a missile into a convenience store. He needed better visibility of the dairy section. Now that I think about it, the footprint mechanic doesn't really come into play that often in MGS1. No, it doesn't. And I think that when you're in the hangar and you leave wet footprints on the ground after getting out of the water, they don't react to it like they react to your footprints in the snow in the helipad area. This camera angle is on the back of the box. It's a real good one, a real good camera angle. So look at how much more sense this cutscene makes if you don't kill anyone.
I just opened the vent covers. We're about to start spraying for rats.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also keep your eye on that woman in the cell. Don't get careless now.
Woman in the cell?
Woman in the cell?
Did something happen?
There's an intruder.
Really?
He's already done 3 people.
He's killed 3 people?
There's an intruder. Really? He's killed 3 people.
Stealth.
3 people? He's using stealth. Stealth?
Anyway,
The reaction to all of these revelations is surprise. They're acting as if they did not know there was an intruder who's been killing people, who's been using stealth. So if you... The more you play Metal Gear over and over again, and the better you get at this game, and you eventually might hit some run where you create a continuity where that cutscene makes perfect sense, and it is your reward for skilled, learned gameplay to create a cinematic narrative continuity that does not have the breaks and continuity errors that would come from making this movie story into a video game. It's a profoundly complete realization of how to make a cinematic movie game that does all the a fully complete adaptation of the fun of watching a good movie over to a video game, in a completely different way than the David Cages of the world address that concept. The cutscenes always made me understand the game was condescending to you because you were not as good as Snake. Yeah, I mean, I think that's valid too. Ultimately, I think the thing I'm just feeling out so good about the read here, about it being a game design thing, is that it just kind of seems like a simpler explanation. Is that the cutscenes are built with a perfect run intended in mind. It's assuming that Snake is following the rules of the game that you're gonna have to play with, and that it is possible for you as Snake to play as cool as the cutscenes are making Snake sound, which is more patronizingly explicit and on the surface with some ending twists of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 5, where 2 ends with the Raiden going crazy because he's realizing he's being controlled by a video game character, and then V ends with the medic going crazy because he realizes he's being controlled by a video game character. If you're a by a video game player, if you're a video game player watching the cutscenes of your character being super cool and badass and not making mistakes, it might kind of be subconsciously incentivizing you into getting good enough at the game to not make mistakes. It seems like a much more elegant explanation than any kind of more deeper, more postmodern business about the video games being a VR simulation inside a video game. The cutscenes are assuming you're doing a better job than you are because they're trying to encourage you into getting better at the game. That's why I love playing MGS3 on European Extreme. Yes, it really hits you. It snaps. The realization is strong when you go through a run like that. Is the camera gonna see me here? This is cute. I've never had to use this wall before, but because of the alternate guard placements and the lack of a radar, I'm having to rethink my route through the room and pay attention to walls I've never used before and use them for a utilitarian purpose. I'm gonna use chaff, not timing. No, I'm gonna use timing. I'm just gonna be fast. What was that noise? Guards coming, guards coming. Damn it! What a cool problem and sudden fiasco. I thought through. You guys heard me make the wrong decision. The decision was use chaff grenades or try to make a run for it. And try to make a run for it turned out to be the wrong decision, but it was such, like, that kind of problem felt very, very core, basic, faithful to the MGS core basic gameplay loop, and also satisfying in my fingers to navigate, and messing up at the problem and failing and restarting happened quick. The punishment wasn't too bad. This is totally a way this game was meant to be played. I see it clear as day on this difficulty level with the alternate guard placements. This is really, really fun. I'm gonna make a run for it. I saw that guard down there. He looked like he was in a part of his routine where he's far away enough from my footsteps on the grate so that he shouldn't hear him. Now, what about now? Where is he now? There he is. I see him with his friend. I don't have to gamble on my next move. I should be clean to make it to the bottom of the stairs and then hide in the lower left corner of the room. Oh, there's a tempting ventilation hiding spot, but I'd rather hide behind these pillars instead. They might be too transparent, but actually, I can still put distance between me and the guard. Should I make a run for the tank? I should make a run for the underside of the tank. That's a safer hiding spot than being out in the open. Woo! Yeah, you hear the stream of consciousness for how much more complicated familiar problems have gotten and how the solutions to solving them still make a lot of sense and feel intuitive for how I've learned about playing the game so far. I'm gonna hit the elevator when the guard on my left is a bit further away. The guard on my right, I think, will give me some pretty generous windows to walk up and open the elevator. The guard on my left might be harder to track visually on my way there. I don't think I can press into the tank and keep my eyes on him as strong as the guard on the right. Also, notice there's only 2 guards in here. This situation would be unfathomably more complicated with 4. It would be frustratingly difficult with 3. With 2, it feels like a gratifying challenge. Right. Looks tough, but I can do it. Oh, still got spotted. Okay, now that's a lot. But at least I have spotted the part in everyone's routine that I can slip through. I also know the relative value of these items I'm picking up. I got a chaff grenade upstairs, and right now I'm full of all 3. So maybe I should be using chaff grenades to get past the next camera. Out of the 3 attempts, the one that worked is when I was using timing. The 2 that I failed at, or attempts at using timing, I think it might be worth a chaff grenade for the, not this camera, but the 3rd camera, actually. The one at the top of the corner stairs. The 2nd floor left side of this room. I also love how every room in Metal Gear Solid feels so distinct and unique. They never repeat the same room twice. On first playthroughs it feels odd. On future playthroughs it feels like good game design. The whole game is easily memorizable. I gotta move fast, but I'm doing the same route I did last time. Hide in the lower left. Use the pillars for visibility to eventually make my way under the tank when this guard gives me an opportunity to. He's giving me an opportunity to now. Now, I really have some poor visibility underneath the tank. These treads are huge and they are blocking sight lines of a guard on my right who's blocked by a box, and a guard on my left who is occasionally blocked by a stairs, but mostly blocked by the huge tank treads itself. So maybe I'd be better off exiting the tank from the south instead of from the north, closer to the elevator. I'd be closer to the button, but I just have such poor visibility of the guards on the way to the button that I'm a little more inclined to take the route that's further from the elevator but would give me better visibility. But now that I'm saying it out loud, that sounds stupid. And it sounds smarter to just rush to the button and then rush back under the tank once I hit it, and scurry back into hiding instead of commit to the button. Button. Scurry, scurry, hide, hide. Damn! Okay, I think it was guy on my left. But I have such poor visibility crawling from under the tank to the north that I'm gonna not do that again. I'm gonna go out through the south so that I can see a little bit better what the guard situation's gonna be like that I'm gonna be moving into ahead. My game is oddly smooth. Yes, it's the PC version. There's less wobble and bilinear filtering turned on. This is the oddly smooth version of Metal Gear Solid. You are correct. Astute observation. I'm interested in the politics of playing games like this, with intentional handicaps for pedantic... Hold that thought, I gotta make a rush. With intent... I shouldn't have been reading that. I'm gonna kill myself and start over. I'm interested in the politics of playing games like this with intentional handicaps for pedantic enthusiasts. An equivalent might be playing Deus Ex without augmentations. George, would you be interested in an item randomizer mod? Yes, I would. I would be interested in a guard randomizer mod, too. I'd be interested in randomizer mods. That sounds interesting. Sorry, George. No, it's fine, because it's actually a really interesting question, because I think in terms of playing games like this, you gotta elaborate a bit more what you mean, because I'm thinking you mean where there's optional difficulty challenges that get you killing less bad guys. Because the politics of that is absolutely positively an extremely interesting question and topic to dive into. One of the things that I think is brilliant about these games. He really is genius Kojumbo. Playing these games growing up had me thinking that that would be a real standard for how video games would address the problem of how ridiculously egregious, explicit amounts of repetitive violence, trance-like violence, seems almost necessity for the medium. Video games in general, require some kind of conflicts. They're about exploring the depths of a simulated conflict. And so a video game with a story where stakes are going to make sense and matter are typically going to rely on exploring a conflict of life or death as the logically most interesting, conclusive version of a conflict, a simulated conflict to be exploring. And so you have the problem of video games seemingly requiring the casual treatment of death and very serious, good, soul-touching storytelling seemingly requiring a serious treatment of death. This is a contradiction. I don't think video games have figured it out yet. And the fact that so little has been done over decades really contributed to the burnout that got me out of most modern video games. Because when growing up, it seemed like Metal Gear games had been making a great stride towards solving that problem. Not entirely solved it. There's still a whole lot of cognitive dissonance going on with how guards in their lives are treated and valued and weighed. However, you're always weighing a moral conscious decision in the back of your head against the tactical decisions of the game. I keep saying that over and over again, but it is so... It is such an important point that I think needs to be hammered in for describing what makes these games feel so unique, both mechanically and like philosophically and artistically and morally, is that it is a very smart way of handling this problem of a necessity of video game violence that seems pretty ridiculous compared to the stories they're trying to tell. Metal Gear Solid is designed to make you feel like you're watching an action movie, and action movies, even the bloody, violent, horrible ones that are John Carpenter movies that this game's more directly inspired by, still don't have the ridiculous, truly egregious, genocidal levels of deaths, hundreds of deaths, thousands of deaths that a typical action video game will have. And an action movie... in a scene where a good guy with a gun is saving the day, a lot of times he'll be like sneaking up on a bad guy and he'll like karate chop one, toss another one off a railing, and these things like kill the guards, but the viewer is never really fooled. A karate chop wouldn't kill someone like a bullet would. Falling off a railing wouldn't kill someone like a bullet would. Sometimes there will be scenes where the hero shoots bad guys with bullets and they look like more realistic deaths, but sometimes there'll be outright slapstick humor going on with the deaths. And the body count will be like, for a Rambo movie from the 80s, the on-screen kill count that Rambo will have will be something like 15. And ultimately getting better and better at Metal Gear will have you play out action scenes like that. Well, you'll still have to kill someone, but when I made it through Ghost Babel, I killed like 30. There were 30 people. Most of those kills were at the end of alert phases where I was cornered and had no better options. Until then, I was doing silly karate chops and tossing off of railings, style cinematic kind of kill. So adding non-lethal options to an action game's combat system, a grisly, violent, hyper-violent action game's combat system, having a non-lethal option that just gives you the option to weigh in the back of your mind, to have your conscience think about, seems like the kind of thoughts about solving an endemic problem of video game violence that hadn't yet reached such depths of creative bankruptcy that it needed addressing at the time of 98. Like having the player be able to make their way through a game non-lethally is forward thinking. Deus Ex was doing something similar. It was a very big deal that you could play through Deus Ex non-lethally. Keep in mind though, this whole entire time, it already happened once before with Metal Gear 2 in 1990. You could play Metal Gear 2 in 1990 non-lethally. And it was an elegant and clean style that the developer intended that would give your mind's eye a very visual, complete image of what that kind of combat would look like in a movie.
A new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal Gear. It can't be.
You knew? Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects. How did you know that?
Metal Gear.
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past. So that's the reason you were here at this disposal site?
Why else would I come to
Agree,
a
i.e. what killed Harry Potter game to me was the mass killing of everything that
heard the
moves,
Metal
so
Gear
completely
project
out of
was
style you
scrapped.
would expect from a young wizard. Yeah, no, this is actually a soul-crushing disillusionment towards video games themselves that hit me a few years ago. Is that it seems like making a Harry Potter game is something that seems so doable. There are so many activities and verbs that the characters explore in the books, that having a combat system where you have to kill something hundreds upon hundreds of times, because you can never just kill things once or twice and that be the significant violence that the audience is treated to. No, you always have to kill hundreds of things. Everything has to be a fight. How in the world is that the kind of power fantasy or mechanical problems of systemic interactions that the kids in the Harry Potter books are spending their time solving? There's ways to turn these things into games that are better than that. We should have been better than that. Kojima was showing us a way to be better than that inside the genre of gun porn, gung-ho, masculine, manly action movie action games. And where did all those ideas go? The most emotionally poignant video game storytelling is still about violence making sad men sadder and trying to break out of the cycle of violence and exploring things about violence and the consequences of violence maybe being worse than you expected. And after growing up playing Metal Gear, it just comes off patronizing. Absolutely patronizing.
One of the members of Foxhound.
Thief also did non-lethal and made that part of Garrett's ethic, yeah. Yeah, the development in non-lethal combat design in video games definitely seems to have peaked at some point and then plateaued, if not gone downhill ever since. And it's one of the most discouraging things about growing old as a grumpy old gamer, man.
Card keys.
They were designed by Armstech, the system developers, as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
This cutscene might be a little long for me to want to commit to it.
So where are the keys?
You know, I wanted to commit to some of the bare necessities to just give us a fun recap of necessary cross-installment series-wide details, but instead we're getting treated to 5 minutes of learning about what the card keys are going to unlock in the next chunk of games. Yeah, I'm pressing the skip button.
Okay,
We got the gist.
I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
Okay, what do we know about the story that
Are you sure
can
you
help
haven't
us
heard
interpret
anything?
this foreshadowing going on? Because this is actually Decoy Octopus fishing for information, right?
Terrorist demands.
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
Hey, what happened?
No, George, that's the diaper chief, clearly. Yeah, the one time guns are actually used against others in Disco Elysium is such an intense, raw moment. I wish more games would restrict their combat to that degree. Yeah, remember an indie game that was free called Receiver, where you had some very complicated controls where every button and lever on the gun was a broken machine you had to climb a learning curve to learn how to fix? I also thought that that would be more of a standard, that like complicating the gun controls would be a way to satisfy the audience's demand for gun violence in their games, while also satisfying some creative depths of human storytelling needed to make that violence represent something more intense and shocking for the weight of the story.
I'm just here as a support. Snake, we don't have time to debate.
Yeah,
Get out of here and find
Receiver was
President
pretty
Baker.
fun and weird. I came to these conclusions while getting back into my Iliad work. The Iliad is a story where hundreds upon hundreds of gamers on two sides of a multiplayer match kill each other repetitively again and again with trance-like casuality treated towards so much of this violence. But even then, even in the Iliad, there is still a permanency to everyone's death that makes the same when the main character has to face the same problem. It's a very intense, emotionally sad tearjerker of a problem that has created a storytelling tradition that lasted thousands of years, that has led to archetypes that are unavoidable for modern storytelling today. And it's because in the Iliad, their deaths matter. The courage and the selflessness of which are the themes explored by this like archetype of pop culture entertainment violent storytelling is something that falls flat for most video game stories. And it's not an easy problem to solve. It's got something to do with the game design itself and the basics of how combat and violence can be dehumanized and deconstructed into tokens on boards. Here we have the first required combat session in the game that is going to contradict the ethos of Metal Gear Solid having potentially non-lethal playstyles. So I want to be using melees and stun grenades more. Okay. So maybe I just want to blast with the SOCOM at first, and then start getting a chain of stun grenades and melee moves going. I also want to be pausing the game and thinking about my next move a lot with these item menus that I have. I have chaff grenades and stun grenades. Nothing else is going to help me. I didn't do any of that. So, I want to begin the fight with a burst of SOCOM shots that hit all three guards, stun their animations. So, let me experiment. I hope I just didn't waste all the ammo. No, I still have 12 shots, so I wanted to experiment. But I think just tapping the button and giving the D-pad a little bit of taps. Maybe I should be using the stick for that. But let's try not moving and shooting. Let's just try holding and shooting and just... Okay. So I did screw that up, but I think I made a little bit more progress of getting through that first wave than I did before. Damn. So I was trying to pause the inventory to take a peek at, to try and get some like real frame by frame slow motion peeks at which exact guard was taking a hit at which exact frames to make sure that not a single bullet was getting wasted, but that was not happening because the stick movements I was making for aiming were causing me to select a different item in the list, which caused me to break the momentum of my burst firing. And I think I really just gotta mash the shoot button, make sure I don't run out of ammo, mash the shoot button again. Oh, I accidentally ran out of ammo. I should have done the quick reload instead. Okay, so I'm mashing the shoot button. I also need to make sure I quick reload instead of slow reload, and I have to walk over the ammo refill at the same time, or in between the little slivers of opportunity I'm gonna get from taking a hit. I have no health. This was the extreme mode problem, was that I have no health and I must scream. Oh boy. The ninja boss fight's gonna be a real doohickey, isn't it?
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Okay, now I'm gonna try to get into the upper right corner.
Shoot!
I think that'll be a better vantage point for my stun grenades than dead center in the middle of the fatal funnel of the door. Ration, thank you. Wait, shouldn't I be meleeing too? Yeah. Yeah. Another ration. I'm doing real well all of a sudden. Yeah, it's the first 8 guards that are the tricky ones. The others are just falling like flies. Ow. I'm being too confident. I shouldn't have said anything. Just wasted it. Ow. Thank you, Meryl. Should I just shoot? Oh, I still have a ration. I shouldn't worry too much. I did it! Yay! That wasn't too bad. It took about 3 tries. I feel like the friction is important. Retrying over and over again can look weird and feel kind of weird for continuity, but can also, like, truly, convey to the player that Snake and Meryl should have been fucked in that situation and made it out via an unlikely escape. And sort of, like, sell the whole should have unlikely parts of, the excitement of that sequence, right? Why does she strike her anime pose to get out of here?
Good girl. Just like that.
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it from the nanomachines?
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
So what was it?
It must have been psychometric interference coming from Psycho Mantis, Foxhound's psychic. Think of it as a mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
Does the PC version remove a lot of style from the cutscenes? Yes, unfortunately, they never managed to get the a motion blur effect going on that the cutscenes in the PlayStation version have. There's also a really weird looking depth of field sort of background blur effect going on that I've never really seen what that one looks like in high resolution. I'd be curious to see what that one looks like on an emulator. But I'm not playing it on an emulator because the emulated versions I could dig up would not have the alternate guard placement modes. And this is really cool. This is a fun new way to play Metal Gear, is with different guard placements, keeping you on your toes, making you want to check every corner before going around corners. Okay, so let me raid all these rooms for all their stuff. Gotta remember that one of these rooms has lasers with a pile of explosives nearby. Also, this is around the part of the game where I discovered that you can use the lean buttons in first-person mode. Playing Metal Gear Solid without a radar definitely became more feasible after learning that. What was this? So calm. I wonder if I should fill up on health before doing the Ocelot boss. The answer to that question is maybe. I think I remember the strategies. My moral consciousness is winning the argument. I'm not gonna go back and farm a ration out of a guard because I feel bad for them. I'll deal with some extra difficulty from the boss fight so that
Am I too late?
less guards have to die. I'm gonna refill my water while he's moaning and groaning.
Kenneth Baker, right?
Just moaning and groaning and complaining all over the place, huh?
I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it.
C4.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver. Draw! Draw!
Oh no! Oh no! I couldn't get back fast enough. The president of ARMS Technology couldn't get saved. Oh, and that's the wrong way. George, you're dying. It's too bad Ocelot doesn't meow in this game. It's really the one thing keeping Metal Gear Solid from being a quadruple A experience. You didn't last very long, Gore. I kind of wish I could have seen it.
Hiding won't help you.
Yes, it will.
I love to reload during a battle. There's nothing like the feeling of seeing a long silver bullet in the well-used chamber. Alright, the ladder. Hiding won't help you. You better hurry up. Don't you want to settle this? I love the smell of corn.
Cordite.
But to you, it'll be the smell of your own death. Wait a minute.
Yeah, first try, right? That totally wasn't the second try. I remember that being a lot harder on the first round, but maybe that's just because I got him figured out. It's the run and shoot. Once you know how to hold the crouch button down to run and shoot, he seems like a pretty easy boss fight.
Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again. Who are you? I like you. I have no name. That exoskeleton.
Ocelot is surprisingly calm at getting his hand chopped off. He did not panic. He really kept it together.
Who the hell?
Okay, I gotta skip some of these, because I remember these being very, very long.
Told me he gave them his detonation code.
Much of it not necessary for the important plot twist that'll happen 4 games from now.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
Answer your question. Fuck you, idiot.
Now the terrorists have both codes at any time.
Oh.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
How'd you do
Surgical
it?
implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation. Everyone who knows these top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA chief?
Of course.
But the DARPA chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened?
Yeah.
He broke it.
Jamie Hopper's still on top of things. I think possibility of failure is the wedge that causes ludonarrative dissonance in games. An awesome nail-biting final confrontation where the hero has only one bullet remaining works in films, but it would be really annoying in a game.
Calm down. What's wrong with you? I just told you I was here to save you. I didn't kill the DARPA chief.
Did the president of Arms Technology just say, eh?
Oh, don't be a fool.
Anyway, the terrorists have both codes now.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I agree, but what do they really want?
Oh, who knows? Maybe they're like us in the arms industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs
Maybe they
start a
just
war
want
today. You still have the
the
card keys?
McRib to
Card
come
keys?
back.
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No. Not
Wait, the
anymore.
Arms Tech
What?
president
Who
looks
does
like
that?
Rudy
Not the
Giuliani's
terrorists.
new
No.
mugshot that just came out. There's a new...
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
Female soldier, it must be.
She said she just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in
Is it
prison
the
'cause
one
she
where his
refused to
face
take
is
part
all
in the
scrunched
rebellion.
up and you can't see the facial details? Wait, is it... Yeah, like, I'm looking at it right now, I think.
Break out of here, though.
Oh
I
my
hope she's
god.
okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was
She's
in contact
green.
with her by codec. Until I was tied up here, that is.
Codec.
Yes, she stole it
He
from
looks
the
like a
guard.
goblin,
And she
I'm
still has
crying.
it. You should be able to contact her.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's...
He just kind of looks like a Metal Gear Solid 1 character in general. His eyes are just little wrinkles and the folds of a potato-like head.
Should be on the back of the CD case. Try to
And
contact
there's
her.
no misinterpreting what
Tell me,
kind of
if
facial
this doesn't
expression
work,
he's
is there
doing.
some other way to prevent the missile
It's a
launch?
very versatile one, but exaggerated to a clearly readable degree.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at
Yeah,
engineering.
okay,
The amount of spent
he's talking
material
about
fuel and
Hal. Now they're talking about
plutonium
Muff.
is increasing even today.
Oh, look at all that plutonium muff exploding up in the atmosphere. That's ridiculous. In other words, there's plenty of available. Okay, so he's talking about how at the end of Metal Gear 2, the whole world gives up their nukes, and how in the secret online extra missions of Metal Gear Solid 5, the whole world gives up their nukes. At some point in the Metal Gear Solid timeline, the whole world gives up their nukes. And it keeps happening again and again. It's kind of like how they keep building Jurassic Parks when they very clearly get overrun by dinosaurs. The world keeps giving up their nukes, which very clearly gives a terrorist ideas to hijack the one remaining nuke machine. Seems plausible. Let's skip. We're skipping some of this. This is going on and on and on.
Anyway, Metal Gear was going to be formally adopted.
Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
And he said, the cutscene just skipped and he died.
Looked like another heart attack, but
Some kind of poison?
well, there are lots
Colonel.
of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large
The
doses.
starving
For
war
example,
orphans
potassium
need
chloride or
nukes for
peroxide.
food.
We won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn.
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from
Snake,
there.
that's Angry Armadillo. She was forced to eat cement as a child. Don't let her cement teeth bite you.
Try moving away from that
Over
area.
and out.
Snake, get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing?
Oh, there's a lot of foreshadowing here. Okay, so there seems to be like 4 good clean bookmarks of story recap and story progression scenes that divide Metal Gear Solid 1 up into some good clean settings. There's this one here, then you get another big long dump with Hal with Otacon, then you get a big long dump with Psycho Mantis, and then your last session from there on out is going to be the one where you finish the game and you're at the edge of your seat for that whole time. Why am I talking about story acts and framing narrative techniques? Oh, a bit of foreshadowing there. Yeah, during all those scenes, a lot of foreshadowing happens, a lot of replay value. It comes from how they're also utilized to give the player a recap. Video game stories can go on for so long, and can oftentimes have such contrived reasons for coming up with a reason why you should be exploring some cool new levels that the level designer thought was cool, but the writers had no idea was cool. Yeah, things can get very contrived. Spans of time can extend into some very long values. And so having a recap every 4 hours that also happens around the same time the story makes some new developments and goes into new places is a helpful way of alleviating that problem. And it'll be happening at least 3 more times is what I'm saying. Get ready to start seeing a lot of foreshadowing during particularly long cutscene exposition dumps on at least 4 more occasions that seem to be implying some kind of intended play order of spending the weekend going through a weekend-long Metal Gear Solid adventure where you play one of those story acts per night. This gets more explicit with Metal Gear Solid 4, where I think one of the reasons there's a lot of friction with the way people play Metal Gear Solid 4 comes from how you're supposed to play 1 act per day, because those acts they begin and end with very long recaps, and it can feel very grating and repetitive to have to watch through more than 1 recap a day. But if you play 1 act a day, you're not going to get hit with that same level of repetition. Oh no. Oh no, I'm shitting the bed. I'm shitting the bed real bad. The camera angles also do a great job of implying where good hiding spots are going to be. Look at that. I'm hiding from the viewer and the guards as well. So some of the tension of Metal Gear Solid 1 comes from thinking on how the guard's point of view lines up with your own camera angles sometimes. You can process the spatial information to develop new strategies in your head on the fly. Damn. I think we got a guard on the right. Yes. I'm tempted to knock him out. This guy's been a problem. Damn. I got this. I'm thinking about choking out this guard. These guards in this room have... Damn! These guards have been a real problem, and I'm thinking about... solving that problem. No, just restart me. Because if I kill them, I might get a ration, and I could use a ration. Okay, yeah, this is actually a good rule. A good incentive for killing guards on this extreme difficulty mode is that they roll a dice roll chance of spawning a ration. And I have been dealing with such a pain in the ass from these guards for so long that I want to kill them. I'm incentivized to mechanically. I feel okay about doing it. They've been such a problem that my moral conscience is not gonna feel bad about killing these guards, and I have something real mathematically objective to gain from it, from the gameplay. When is my opportunity gonna come up, though? Should I use a flashbang on him? Maybe I should knock the wall to bring him over. What was that noise? What was that noise? What was it? What was it, Eddie? What was it? Hmm. What was that noise? Damn it. In my opinion, that is the single worst guard in the game, guarding the PSG1. What was that noise? Damn it, I thought I could hide in the little wall slit. Look at him spin, that was cute. Okay, so maybe while he comes over to investigate the wall taps, I should do a big dramatic loop around the whole square of the basement he's guarding down here. What was that noise? What was it? No, I wasn't fast enough. Wait, he's guarding a level 5 door. The one on the south is level 1. This is new plan. I'm getting out of the loop here. I've gotten into a real bad obsessive loop of repetition here that is probably not very fun to watch. There's a guard around the corner down there. That guy. I think there's only 2 guards in here total, though. Which means that the only other one is the one on the far left, who is stuck in an infinite loop guarding just the PSG1 room. This one has his back turned for about 4 to 6 seconds when he walks from left to right. I think I need to choke him when he is here. That's when I need to choke him. I need to get on the other side of the wall and choke him when he's doing that. Yeah. And I got a ration for it. Good. One of the few but worthwhile cases where lethal force will be utilized in this run. So we got a level 3 door here. Level 1. And then that's a PSG1, so I won't be getting into that room soon, but he might be able to spot me go for the level 1 door here. So he looks at me, and 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Nothing in here? What? Okay, well, here I go. See you later. New plan for dealing with that guy is that I'm just gonna not deal with that guy. Oh wait, I think there's one more stash of supplies. Yeah, chaff grenades, that might be useful. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while riding on the elevator to the first floor. Yeah, that's what I want. Ugh. Wait, what? No, huh? It happened again. I can't pee in this house without getting snake killed. Oh boy. Why are you surprised? I'm surprised that the guard's route intersects with where the elevator spits you out. Look, yeah, look at how far away that guard is. He's such a non-threatening guard. Also, do I want to go back upstairs? I think the doors upstairs are higher level than 2. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. I better hide. Oh, what a good camera angle. Is that a 2 or a 3? I think it's a 2. Also, that level 4 door, that was open earlier, wasn't it? Oh, this was a quick thought. Yeah. No, the upstairs guard. It's gonna be a problem later, but not now. I think this guy won't be a problem in about 10 seconds or so. Honestly, the guards on Extreme in this game seem easier than the ones on Normal and Ghost Babel. Yeah, I also noticed that the guards in Metal Gear 2 seem a little more of a threat than... Oh no. I also remember throwing a guard over the rail if you manage to give him a toss close enough. Ah. Let's just reset it. But yeah, in the 2D Metal Gear games, you can have more guards patrolling an area at lower performance cost. And the guards can also keep an alert phase going on for longer. They also have a little bit more of a plausible attempt at a clearing phase. In Metal Gear 2, they actually take a look around the room and then a dialogue box pops up where they say the words "all clear" before they move on. It's just a box. So I have to crawl across this floor. Yeah, like, look at how good this looks. I'm gonna knock this guy out. I'm gonna kill this guy. He's too big of a threat. He is patrolling the next door I need to go in and out of very closely. Both my exit and my entrance of this room will be in jeopardy with him around. Also, I was willing to roll the dice and take the gamble on his ration spawning. It did not, but that was another reason why I weighed the ethical and moral dilemma against the mechanical gains of the logical dilemmas of the game logic. Wait, those were chaff grenades. I could use those. Oh, I can see him through the grating on the floor. Look at that. You can, like, see his flashlight poking out through the grating in the floor. That's so cool! Also, you can see how there's kind of a cinematic montage editing cut going on to me pressing this first-person perspective button. We're looking at the scene through the vignetted limited lens of the hole in the cardboard box, very similar to a viewfinder in a camera. Metal Gear Solid's good stuff. SOCOM suppressor, very useful, thank you. So we also gotta call Meryl, right? I think she's .15. Oops.
Who are you?
Yeah.
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out.
I just got it memorized. I don't even gotta look at the back of the CD case anymore.
Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Then just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not
Important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
But I knew you were.
How?
It's your eyes.
My eyes?
They're not soldiers' eyes.
And they're rookies' eyes, right?
No, they're beautiful, compassionate
Yeah.
eyes.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry, you'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
God, it's
Why did
so
you look
good.
So surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
You mean the terrorist leader, Liquid Snake?
The music also goes with the conversation really well, too.
I have no family.
So what's the deal then?
Who knows? Why don't you ask him? But first I want some information. You were involved in this exercise from the beginning. What exactly happened here?
I'm sorry. I was captured along with President Baker right after the terrorist attack.
That's okay. But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Boy, oh boy, it's just like them. Nobody told you anything, did they? Okay, you see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons. This base is owned and operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top secret missions.
Dun dun dun! Oh, Joe Bags tipped $50. Any thoughts on Twin Snakes? It was my first Metal Gear game and I never actually played the PlayStation 1, so in your opinion, have I completed Metal Gear Solid? As always, best wishes.
Sounds kind of fishy. So what do you think the terrorists want?
I don't know if I want to be a gatekeeping gamer about that one. Truth is, I played Twin Snakes to completion first. I played the PC version first. I played the PlayStation version, maybe like only emulated, never officially. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna call the cops on you. I'm gonna call my lawyers on you. I'm gonna submit this to the International Human Rights Crime Commission Division, and the president of the Metal Gear fandom will have a word with you, sir, for how you totally didn't officially play Metal Gear Solid by only playing the Twin Snakes.
Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes.
If you do play it, you're gonna be like, wow, this is the same exact story as I remember, with worse gameplay. But the game's gonna be more fun. It was designed to not have you first-person shoot your way through everything. The voice acting, I think, is a little better in the original version. The performance is gonna be stronger, but the quality is worse. But it's an equal trade-off, and you don't really notice because of the way the audio is engineered and mixed.
How to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take that thing on by yourself, Snake?
It won't be the first
building that leads to the north.
What's the security level of the door there?
5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going with you.
No way. You're still too green. I want you to hide somewhere.
I'm not green.
Oh, yes, you are. You pause for just 1 second in front of your enemy and it's all over. Good luck doesn't last forever.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away.
Real glad I didn't
never
skip
had any
this.
problems in training, but when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Shooting at targets and shooting at living, breathing people are different.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action. And now...
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl. Everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of mankind's worst emotions, worst traits come out. It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
But this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay. Let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out
I'm gonna
of my
call the
way.
Federal Bureau of Gaming on me. This is what I get for confiding in you with my deepest gamer secrets.
I told you, the real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right. Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
Be careful, okay?
After I open up the cargo door, I'll contact you.
I'm tempted to kill a guard for the ration, and there is only one guard left alive in the main tank hangar room. That other guard who is asleep is not a threat to me right now. He doesn't... Damn it! Oh my gosh! Super duper struggled with the controls there. Every time I kill a guard, Liquid wins. No, I'm about to have a boss battle with the tank, so I want to make sure that I come into the boss battle with full health, so I'm actually going to kill guards. I'm incentivized to kill these guards. They're huge pains in the ass, and they drop rations when you kill them. The math works out in killing's favor. Come on. Ah! Did his friend just decide not to come? Did he raise it? He raised an alert and his friend didn't really come over. His friend just like... His friend was just kind of like shrugging one floor above and being like, damn, sucks to be you, buddy. Damn, that sucks. Well, better luck next time, I guess. We're also killing this guard for the potential ration, too. We need rations. Snake is very hungry. There's a big boss battle coming up, and he needs to eat his lunch, or else he'll be real grumpy for the boss battle. The melee controls are failing me a bit here. No ration! Come on, what the hell? Arrgh! There was also a SOCOM suppressor. Oh no, the sleeping guard downstairs who was just peacefully minding his own business in his placid slumber may finally get kicked, just clicked out of existence. Not a bad way to go, I suppose. Now he's awake? When does this guy go to sleep? Maybe they change it up slightly every time you die to keep you from using predictability and repetition to your advantage. 'Cause it looks like he has a different route, and it makes little to no fucking sense. It looks like something a computer would churn up and spit out with no human oversight. Yes, yes, when the game developer clicking and dragging out the waypoints for this particular guard's this particular route, what were they thinking? What human beings thinking human thoughts made this guard have this route? Brown, brown. Brown, brown. He loves his shells. He just loves looking at those shells. These textures look interesting. That's what it is, isn't it? What were they thinking, angry video game Gorg? Give me a ration, give me a ration, give me a ration. No, no ration either. Alright, I got 60% of a health meter and 1 ration, which means really, as far as my health supply goes, I'm at like 70% for this boss battle instead of 100.
One from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
Give us your hot takes, please. Hot take is that I should have called Meryl earlier. I wonder if any guards will come into the room if the cameras spot me, and where the game logic spawns them in with. He's so impatient. Oh my god, come on, open the door! Open the door! Hurry up! Is this bit timed? Yeah. Unless it's like Pokemon and they're timing you by your footsteps. Do I need to run laps around the room a few times to get the door opened up? I think it's just time.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door.
Man, now that I've been playing more games with filters, I can't look at text having aliasing this bad and tolerate it. Like, a lot of the image makes sense in my mind, but when I look at the level 2 card text down there, it's just... It's heartbreaking. Oh no, are the lasers more complicated? I think the lasers are more complicated. I definitely don't remember having to slow down and concentrate this hard on it. Yeah, look at how fast that one was moving. I'm surprised I made it on my first try. Okay, one more. Some of those lasers were popping off. They were very eager to get where they were going. Clay. So Snake's gonna get shot in the chest by a tank's main cannon in this cutscene, and he's gonna be fine.
This is Raven's territory. Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass.
Built Snake tough.
Send him a message.
Yeah, look at that. It looks like the shell hits really close, like right at his feet or something.
That's right. You belong on the ground.
What is the meaning to life, Mr. Bunny Hop?
Like the snake you are.
I believe it has something to do with connecting with the collective unconsciousness through art and literature, but maybe that's a conversation for another time. We use chaff grenades first, and then regular grenades. So now that it's chaffed, I serpentine my way up close and throw grenades into the hatch, and if I land in the hatch I get super damage, and Mike could kill it in like 2 hits. No! I thought I was safe. That didn't do a lot of damage for a tank's main cannon. I would have expected a bigger chunk of my health bar to get chopped off, but I'm fine. Gosh, I feel like I've gotten real good at throwing grenades in Metal Gear Solid games after the boss in Ghost Babel last time. Dun 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 dun. But I'm too bad at it. I threw away too many perfectly good grenades, and now I'm out of grenades. Do the stun grenades do anything to him? Can I lay down mines in the tank's path? Oh, I should have eaten a ration. What's the challenge now? Alternate guard placement. Challenge is alternate guard placements. Okay, now is there some way I can get this thing to come to me instead of me come to it? I'm hoping that I can avoid some damage from the machine gun on my way to closing the gap. He's stuck like this forever, isn't he? What's it doing? So once strips of aluminum foil start flying in the air, the driver just freaks out and immediately starts making the thing go in like 180 degrees, 360 degrees in a circle. Okay, so combining chaffs with stun grenades might be a good way to avoid all damage from the machine gunner on my way up close. Oh man. After last Saturday, I screwed up the last couple, but after last Saturday, my grenade throwing skills in Metal Gear Solid are nothing to be scoffed at right now. Look at that precision. Oh, right in there, but god damn it, I forgot to eat a ration again. Maybe you're just supposed to play Twin Snakes on super hard difficulty. Maybe Twin Snakes game design makes more sense when you crank it up to European Extreme. Maybe, yeah, maybe Twin Snakes, the genius of it, just isn't apparent unless you don't allow yourself to get spotted by any guards at all. Oh, I should play the Twin Snakes on stream, shouldn't I? I absolutely, positively should. And I should crank the difficulty up real high. That would be a good one. I wonder what that game looks like with no radar. Bit. Damn. Ah. Ah. How are the bosses in the Twin Snakes on European Extreme? I always have good clean fun with European Extreme mode up until I start hitting boss fights. So the stun grenades also make the gunner go away. Did you know that? Did I just find out something new about Metal Gear Solid you didn't know? You stun grenade the tanks, the gunners close the hatch and go away for a little while. Gives you a break from machine gun fire, but also makes it impossible to deal damage to the boss. Oh, Dr. Sparklegasm, 25 bucks. George, your streams are awesome. I wish I were not adulting so hard that I could watch them all. Your thoughts on art resonate hard with me. Best to you and your mom. Thank you, Dr. Spark. Thank you for the profound and sincere words of appreciation and kindness, Dr. Sparklegasm. Very, very highly appreciated. Yes, yes, yes. And as we all know, $25 buys a uncomfortable amount of actual real food at the grocery store these days. Ah. I want the thing. Let me get the thing. Stop shooting for a second and let me grab the thing. There we go. Very last minute fight too. Me and the boss were down to our last HP. So wait, Topher Minsky, what is the best way to play Twin Snakes right now then? I think I want to hear the new music, but is there a mod for old voice acting? Is that even possible? I don't know if it's possible.
He is just as you said. In battle, He is as
Also,
if possessed by a demon.
you'd have to emulate the
Much
GameCube
like
version,
you,
wouldn't you?
I
They
was
never did make any
less.
other version of the Twin Snakes, did they?
I told you so, but I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, Snake is mine now. When I meet him next, I'll take special care of him. Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He
Okay.
and I will meet again.
PAL version with 60 FPS and widescreen patches. It's the only way to play European Extreme. You're kidding me. They only included European Extreme in the actual European version? Those bastards. Ugh, no refills from killing the boss. There's gonna be no ration at the end of the hallway either. Well, now that I got the suppressor fitted, can I go back outside actually and like, make a save point? No, I cannot. Oh, is that what the card is for? Yes.
Be careful. You absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten?
Thanks for waiting, Europe. Hope you like pain.
Don't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just leave them here? Like President Baker said, totally careless.
They're working on a limited
careless.
budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the media, but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do. Her frequency is 141.52.
They really want me to call
All the warheads in
Nastasha.
those boxes have had their detonation mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads are broken, they might leak plutonium, and that would be a serious problem.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
So alternate guard placements are gonna come in to play here. Let's see, we got 3, left, middle, and right. Can I put more distance between me and the 3? Can I observe them from the safety and privacy of a box? A box nudged slightly to the left here? Yeah. So left is going up and down the stairs, center is going left to right upstairs, right is patrolling the upper right corner. So the center of this room might be pretty clear grounds for any exploring or item collecting I could do in a quick jiffy. I'm walking into left guard's territory here. But it looks like he wants to go back up the stairs, so I think that'll... Oh, he's going back up and down the stairs real quick. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. After 3 to 5 seconds, he just turns around. That's not as much time as I thought I would have. I should be killing them. I need the rations. The decision has been made. The moral authority of George has spoken. There's a camera in the way to this first guard, but he's going to be my first target. Right guard is not a problem, yeah. I could hit the right guard with the suppressed pistol as the last one in line. The first 2 I think I can kill with melee. Don't have to use any melee, or don't have to use any ammo on them. Oh, this is good. This does feel like I'm playing Metal Gear Solid for the first time and I'm not just going through the motions. Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3, Mississippi 4, Mississippi 1, Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3, Mississippi 4, Mississippi 1, Mississippi 2. I don't know if I could melee him as easily as I thought from a distance. What's my window look like for getting under the camera? He's facing me. No, he's not. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 6 seconds. Going now. Alright, now when's my opportunity for meleeing him? Also, do I have to worry about the camera spotting me? God, look at how good this looks! Look at how cool it looks! Okay, camera's not gonna spot me in my hiding spot. And like, I'm staying in my little hiding spot, fighting for visibility for little slivers of the camera outside of the limited visibilities of the point. It's a sneaky game, it's a stealth game. If I can't see them, they can't see me, and vice versa. So how much tools of the visibility tools the player has to work with is something that 3D stealth game developers really need to be thinking more about. Alright, I think I need to melee him when he turns clockwise. He turns clockwise to his right there. When he's at my left, his right of his walk cycle. This is my opportunity. I need to run out and snap his neck during that part of his movement cycle. Got it. He's down. Yeah, did it. Let's hide. No ration, though. Was there a camera in the corner here? There was, but it's not relevant. It's not looking at me. It's looking at the top floor. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. So the the next two guards are left and center. Left, what is the item on the ground there? Can I check it from a distance? Read the labeling on the box or something? How bad do I want that? No text on the box. Is the box within that guard's sightline? That left guard, though, is turning around real fast. He's got a very quick, zippy speed, but I don't think he's much of a threat for this item. I'm gonna run up and grab it once he turns around here. No, chaff grenade, that's all it was. I'll use them, sure. Boom, boom. Okay, and I want to make my way up when the guard up here is placed advantageously, and I could follow him by the flashlight on his gun. I didn't get direct visibility on most of his model, but seeing the flashlight on their guns is enough. Okay, now do I think I can tackle him around the corner? Or should I box and wait? I should box and wait and try and melee him with a safer move. Please don't walk into my box, sir. Actually, I don't think he will. I think he was... I think he was supposed to just turn right around and go back home.
Get out of the way.
No! Damn. I think I should hide on the other side of the bright blue boxes to the left of that guard. Either way, still going to implement the same plan. The route that I was working out was working pretty well. The box was in his way. He did check because it was in his way. There was no egregious breaking of game design rules going on there. It took me a few tries. I had to hug the air for a few hugs first, but I eventually got it. I wonder if I can go all the way back to the heliport at this part of the game. Do I care enough about the chaff grenades to go downstairs and get them? No, no I do not. I was tempted to move out and hide around the next corner, but I feel like I learned last time that I would be better off boxing up behind the boxes, so I'm hidden behind 2 whole layers of boxes instead of 1, and tracking this guard by sound. Am I even in the path of this camera? Can I take the box off and peek with my eyes? Yeah, I wasn't hearing him, but he was coming eventually. Now I can hear him fine. So the last guard left, I'm going to shoot with the SOCOM. Come on, no ration. What are we fighting for? What am I killing for? Oh, that's right. I can't use my gun in this area. It might leak plutonium. Okay. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. I have 6 seconds to sneak up on him and grab him. And I'm doing it for the ration. Maybe it would be faster if I approach him from downstairs instead of upstairs, but his approach is covered by noisy grates. So let me press into a wall. Get him now. Just mashing the attack button on him. Yeah, I know the gas, but I'm gonna kill him and wait out the alert phase. Is it possible? Can you do that? No. I don't know if he's really killable without a SOCOM. Oh, I could use wall taps to get him off his path. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll wall tap him. And use that to steal his stuff and choke him to death. Okay, so someone suggested another alternate strategy, which could be using the cardboard box to inch my way into the endpoint of his route so that I can go for a grab. And I think that might work pretty well because 6 seconds is not enough to follow him and grab him, but it should be enough to inch my way with the box. Now, I'm on the stairs, so like Snake's feet and ass and gooch should be totally exposed to the guard right now, but it looks like that doesn't matter. The box still works as a disguise, regardless.
Just a box.
Just a box. So another problem I was having is that the camera was like hiding him. Okay, maybe I should be trying to do this from downstairs. Why am I trying to kill him? For the ration. And the cool grenades he's guarding. Okay, there are 2 cool reasons why I'm killing him, but I gotta kill this guy. It's very important that I kill this guy. And the melee controls can be very, very finicky. I like the lure idea better, Gord. Get him from downstairs. You have a better angle on him. I think I should experiment with wall taps. Getting a window of opportunity to melee him in his normal, ordinary route looks kind of impossible. I think I have to screw around with his route by tapping on the walls. Gotta get him to change his route, change his ways, change his lifestyle. At least I get to try out a fun new method for choking this guard out. I haven't done it this way before. Still no ration. But yeah, we'll try it from downstairs this time. And we'll try using the box, and we'll try using the wall taps. We'll try using some of those occasionally neglected tools that the game has provided us. Metal Gear Solid is like college. It's all about experimentation. Metal Gear Solid is like a truck. It's all about getting to where you need to go under budget and over scheduled. Ahead of schedule. Metal Gear Solid is like a prodigal son who saves all his father's money after death for inheritance or something or other. I don't know. Metal Gear Solid is like a truck. I think this makes noise. I don't think this is a good floor to be on. This is why I was afraid of the downstairs earlier. Because of the noisy floor. But maybe I can crawl my way into a sort of blind spot in his routine where I can press against the wall that forms the staircase here. I don't think his line of sight intersects with me if I'm pressed against the wall that way. Oh, look at this camera angle! Look at this camera angle they gave you specifically for this guard. The guards and the camera angles are placed with synchronicity. These must be the most secure stairs in all of Metal Gear. Absolutely. Now, which way does he do his turn in? Clockwise. Clockwise. Dun 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 dun. Yeah! Oh no! God. god, it felt so good to figure that one out. Okay, it's a very difficult route. It's an elaborate route. It's not really getting me my rations, but I got a really cool looking route for getting my way through this area on the super high difficulty with no radar. Watch this shit. Watch this gamer perform his magic. Ration. Look at this. Look at how cool this is gonna look. If I don't fuck it up. Yeah! Ration! Dun 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 dun! Might should have saved that one, but I also want to have my health fully topped out for the boss battle, which, come think of it, means I might have just made a mistake, because there will be no... There are living guards I can farm rations from on B1, I think. I think I also need to go here for the Nikita missiles anyway. But we all remember our favorite ration source. This guy's placement is not alternate. Poor guy. They didn't change his placement. Now, how was I supposed to know about that? Come on, guys. There's got to be some way to get the camera to peek in that doorway without exposing myself to it, right? Bloop. So let me try pressing on the opposite end of the wall and just getting close. What do I do? He just took his dick out and started peeing. I already killed this guy. And I got another ration from him. It's like they want me to keep killing him. No! There's always someone in the doorway, too. Well, when in Rome, I guess. Snake. Snake! Okay. Somehow, some way, I need to get through that door without getting spotted. Maybe I can tap on the wall to lure a guard out? Also, the texture on the wall, the way that there's a semicircular circle of light around the lights, I'm wondering if that actually was calculated by some kind of lighting engine or baked into the texture drawn in the paint program. I don't think the way the game renders room that those guards even exist until you open the door. They would be on the radar, wouldn't they? Yeah, the lack of the radar is specifically what's screwing me up. Okay, maybe a way I could deal with this is by throwing grenades into the doorway is my first move. Looks baked in. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It looks like it could have gone either way, and if that is actually baked in, then that's really impressive, because don't see much of a lighting engine happening in most of the game. There's a few areas where there might be some deliberate conscious lighting going on, but most of the places look like just pure texture work instead. Or a claymore. Yeah. Wait, how am I gonna test the door if I have it all mined up like that? My guess is vertex shading. Soul Reaver used it a lot. If it's not dynamically changing based on movement or something, you assume it's baked. Wait, where's the guy who usually spots me? Hi? Wah! Blah, 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 blah. Okay, at this point, I'm just dicking around. Video games. What if you crawl into the room? Yeah, maybe my silhouette is, maybe it's an elevation thing. My silhouette was lower, would I be avoiding making a line of sight connection? There's like a half wall. So let me get down on the ground, then turn on first person mode. That was on the left, footsteps on the left. Oh, I should box up here in the doorway. Yeah, I have gained ground. I should... Once you gain new ground, secure it with a box. It's like a half wall could give you cover. Yeah, I don't recall... I recall this room having a lot of great options for visibility and cover. It's just... I wasn't having this problem of getting spotted as soon as the door opens like I have previously. Oh, look at this. They're magnetized towards the urinal. They all really have to go. Is this like a trap? Could I just wait here and ambush guards go into the bathroom? You know what? This is activating some kind of urge in me. I'll be right back in about 30 to 60 seconds. It'll be just my luck for Snake to die while I'm gone. Maybe if I don't say what I'm going to do. Oh my gosh. I survived. I survived. Are there any more guards left? Is there anyone peeing in the urinal right now? No. Colonel, the urinals are clear. Okay, hang on. Before I go out there, let me test. Let me do a wall tap test. Oh, hey, the hand dryer works. Proximity activated. Hand dryer. Also, am I seeing screen tearing? So sometimes there's 2 guards in this room. I don't hear anyone. I haven't seen anyone in a while. I haven't heard anyone in a while. And the only times I've seen 2 guards in that room has been during an alert phase. So I think this guard only has a second... This room only has a second guard spawned in during alerts. I think I'm clear. Tactical espionage action, more like emergent toilet humor. An electrical floor. Colonel, I'm surprised that there isn't a flamethrower guy in this game. Everything else is there. Hey, Metal Gear Solid 3 doesn't have an electrified floor gag. Maybe that's why it's the best game in the series, is because it's the only one to get creative and bold enough to not have an electrified floor gag.
First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a
Remote control. Yeah, no, we got it. He's our #1 fan. We don't need to watch that one again to refresh ourselves. So the Game Boy game had the gun cameras shoot your Nikita missiles, and the window was far less forgiving than it is here. Instead of an electrified floor, you get a whole dang electrified villain. God, the music is so cool. Love the music for this part. Oops. Can I do it by timing? Do I have to waste a chaff? Yeah, I'm remembering now that I need to be saving chaffs for the towers. Wait, did I blow it up? Hey, that actually blew up the turret! You can blow them up with splash damage from your own Nikita missile exploding. Oh boy, where's my health? I'm gonna have to farm rations. I'm gonna have to go upstairs and farm rations before the big boss fight. That's level 6. This one's level 3. This is the one I want. C4 and grenades. Not particularly useful. We got another level 3 door. Nikita's also not useful. Chaff grenades. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting, because on this difficulty mode you don't find rations lying on the ground anyway, so I'm about to have a boss fight where you can't use any gadgets or weapons to get you out of trouble. Actually, I believe at the end chaff grenades come in useful, don't they? Yeah, there's a phase, like second phase of the boss battle or something, had a moment where I was able to use chaff grenades to get some cheap hits in. But right now, we gotta get rations. I don't know actually why I'm low on health. That must have been from the explosive damage of the Nikita. But we gotta farm up some rations at the ration farm. I shouldn't have bothered. If the point is to farm rations, and the rations don't appear if you kill a guard during an alert phase, then... Goes sprinting to the toilet. Then peeking inside the doorway and risking an alert phase is not going to get me any rations. So if I want to be farming guards, I should ignore that guard entirely. He's too big of a... Look at that! I can't... What? Come on! The door wasn't even... I was on, like, the way other side. Give me a break. That's a shame too, because I actually did get the urinal guard to drop a ration. He doesn't always do that. Now, I'm so curious if there's a safe method for opening this door. Maybe listen to his footsteps on the other side of the wall. It sounds like he's on the far left. Sounds like he's close. Sounds like he's moving away. Yeah. Oh, right. I was also supposed to crawl before going in the door, too. There's these half walls that give you good cover. Look at that. Now he's gonna go sprinting to the bathroom, too. And the room's gonna be totally open for the plunder. I wonder if I could have just waited him out. Snake, your mission is to kill them all and let God sort them. Snake, your mission is to fuck shit up. Okay, Roger. Got it. Did you hear it? Did you hear what I did? Come on, give me a ration. Oh, wait a second. Can't I SOCOM this guy? No, I can't. I'm in the no SOCOM zone. That's right. They turned off the fun guns in this room. Snake, your mission is to kill them all and let God sort them out. Okay, got it! SOCOM, more like no-com. Brown barrel. Get out of the way. Brown barrel. Brown barrel. Once again, I am noticing that a significant portion of my extreme mode playtime here is spent just farming rations. This card is harder to do from the top than the bottom. I gotta box more. I need to use the box more often in my life. Look at the visual here. Okay, if he, like, smashes my box, then that is bullshit. That's official confirmed bullshit. Maybe it triggers if he sees the same box twice? Brown, brown. Brown, brown. Brown, brown. Brown, brown. Brown, brown. No rations. No rations. Shame. No rations. The rations. They must flow. The rations must flow. Ugh. All of this senseless killing over rations is driving me crazy. Can't believe they have a camera angle specifically for this guy. Boom, boom. gotten more rations from these guys than the first floor guys. Just want 2 rations before the boss fight. Come on. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. It's too... No, I do it by sound. That is the method. You can safely open that door by checking out the sounds coming out of it before you go through. And then once you open it up and spawn the guard inside... you can just wait on the toilet man to return to toilet. Gah! My English, my parsing skills, it's all gone to hell. It's all just gone to shit, man. Return to toilet. This has become Metal Gear Solid Snack Eater. I feel like they also tried very hard to make sure that tapping on walls in this game is fun. What? No, come on. Come on. I didn't have the key card equipped. The guard just opened the door up and shot me in the face. God. Ration. I need to eat the ration. All of that work is going to something that I'm just gonna eat and throw away and forget about, and take an elevator up a floor and choke another guard and take it down a floor and choke a guard again. Alright, 1 snack down. We got 1 snack to go. Oops, I picked the wrong bee. Ah. Right. Yeah, there's some, like, switch about making sure that as many guards who respond into the game engine as possible are peeing as are possible. There's 2 guards in that floor. The first one begins his routine peeing. Let's actually get a little bit creative and see what happens if we muck around with the guards. I need good visibility. Because I feel like they're gonna change spots or something. Like someone always has to be manning the urinal, and then some other person is actually gonna be doing the controls, and I'm really just shitting the bed with how much I no longer care about doing this. Yeah, just kill me. Just kill me. Let's start over. He's coming. Apparently the trick to this room is just not giving a shit. Well, we gotta go back up the elevator. Choke more guards, farm more rations. Come on. Come on. Are you sure you need those yes. Yes, because I know what's coming. What is coming requires rations. There is no negotiating this. These guards have to die for their rations. What? The Sith duology thing is going on. One guard must guard, one guard must piss. There must always be two guards on opposite ends of that room. Barrel, barrel. Barrel, barrel. Barrel, barrel. Barrel, barrel. Barrel, barrel. Brown, brown. Brown, brown. Brown, brown. Brown, brown. Brown, brown. Oh, give me a ration. So, you kids like pizza? Yeah, I suppose I could wrap up my further 2 days later extended thoughts on Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel. It seemed like it was good. It was a good 2D Metal Gear. Oh no! Let's just die again. It seemed like it was a good 2D Metal Gear, but there was just a certain missing X factor. Particularly with regards to pacing. I think that the level design was really hurting that game. And in all the Metal Gear games, you have this like quiet time in the middle where there's some long stretches where not a lot of very different story beats happen, and not a lot of very complicated gameplay problems are being presented for you to solve. And in Metal Gear Solid 1, this quiet time, this long stretch of contemplative quiet time after some intense trauma in the story occurs when you're climbing up the Twin Towers. In Metal Gear Solid 2, it's happening when you were exploring the bombed out wreckage of Shell 2. In Metal Gear Solid 3, there's a long stretch of mid-game quiet time beginning from the quiet, comfy cave and extending into the Ponazovdre mangrove swamp. I can't think of Metal Gear 2 has a similar stretch of quiet time going on through the mid-game, and I can't think of Ghost Babel having such a similar sense of pacing where there's enough quiet time for you to appreciate the more intense times and the problems that the game design was presenting towards you never really seemed to hit this long stretch of rhythm where they were never complicated. For a chunk of the mid-game was padded out not with quiet time, but with navigational pains in the asses. Oh. Ghost Babel seemed like a solid game. Yeah, no, solid. It's fine. It's great. I'm just coming into it from many, many years of hearing a lot of talk about how it is sort of contesting for a spot that Metal Gear 2 holds, which is the best 2D Metal Gear. For GBC, it's amazing what they did tech-wise, yeah. I also appreciate a Metal Gear Solid story finally having some acknowledgements for the sticky issues of ethnic nationalism that would be going on in these mercenary microstates funded by Big Boss. This zone. This has been one of the weirdest, most unpredictably, unreliably wonky, janky zones so far. I would say Ghost Babel is more comparable to something like Portable Ops or Peace Walker in that it's meant to be enjoyed in little bite-sized chunks rather than a cohesive experience. Perhaps it's always been an issue with my friction against Peace Walker is the bite-sized chunk experience of it. I feel that you have room for stronger narrative and stronger world building if the game's one big cohesive experience. How long does this guy piss for anyway? Could I just choke them both out way faster? I think I could. I could just run right in the level 3 door and choke out the guy who's in there. And then I could just run right in the urinal and choke out the guy when he's in there. Oh man! Yeah, no, this is good. I just spent a lot of time. It was not wasted time. I just very so wisely spent all that time working out a super fast and efficient route to choke these guards and farm them for all their rations. Let's see if it works. So you start out with this guy, just barge right through the southern level 3 door and grab his ration and then be done with everything you were thinking about that you were describing as really cool, because you're totally not gonna try taking a chance at all. You're just gonna grab that ration and go to the basement 2 floor and forget that you were gonna show a really cool route of some cool looking stealth. The time for cool looking stealth is over. It is time to do a very not cool looking boss battle and pop a chaff grenade, and then call it after the boss battle. Yeah, I definitely learned from the past hour, so... Now forget best 2D MG. What's the best non-Kojima? Rising, Revengeance. Yeah, no questions asked. Absolutely. It's not even a contest.
Looks like they were cut by some type of blade.
Some type of blade.
It's a ghost.
100% Revenge. You don't even have to think about it. The best Kojima, non-Kojima game is also one of the best games in the series. Every word out of Snake's mouth is literature. Do we want no grenades, no weapons, and ration equipped? Yeah, I got full health and a ration, and I think I still have the muscle memory in me. Let's see if I get stuck for 3 hours of this like last time. Is there a way to non-lethal Revengeance?
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
I think I remember a way to stealth your way through it and only have open fights in the boss battles. I played Revengeance on the hardest difficulty mode and it was a lot of fun, and the final boss battle took me 11 hours.
Snake. You're that ninja.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake. Who are you?
I'm that ninja.
No friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless.
11 hours well spent. You're a maniac. I don't know if I'm a maniac. I'm a content creator.
What do you want?
I uploaded a let's play of Revengeance mode, and I definitely didn't upload all 11 hours of me fighting the final boss over and over again.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Bah! Still good. Still good line reading.
What is it, revenge?
Still good camera angle. Look at that, we just got hit with 4 really good camera angles in rapid succession.
I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Fine. He can watch from inside there. I need that man. Keep your hands off him.
I need that man. Ooh, man, he said that with conviction.
Make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
Gosh, it's still... This fight and its routine is still burned into my memory so bad. I want to hide around the corners.
It is the basis of all contact. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Okay, now I think I use the chaff grenades. Okay, so now I either get away or, like, fire a quick burst with the FAMAS. Okay, I don't know what I did wrong at the end. He just jumped up and I died. Maybe I don't shoot him. I think I made the same exact mistake last time I played through this. Either way, that's a very tough boss. I'm happy that I got him on my first try, but I'm really, really not happy that I fucked up the final last move and have to do it all over again, because now I might be worse on my retries than I was the first time, because I've got the, I can start, my muscle memory can start working against me, and I can start memorizing the wrong moves in my fingers instead of the right moves.
Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Oh.
Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
Okay, now it's chaff grenade time, right? I wonder if I should be saving these for the tower right now. I wonder if the C4 can do any damage to him while he's on the ground. No. I'm gonna give him one try. Yeah, I thought I remembered the move he was gonna do. I'm gonna let him try again, specifically just to save chaff grenades for the towers. But he's gonna try to teleport behind me and punch me, and I'm gonna just keep moving to anticipate it. Yeah, got him. No, not aluminum foil. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man, I don't want to die. Okay, I did it. I really should have used the FAMAS. Token was right about that.
Do you remember me now?
Can't be.
Grey Fox!
Zanzibar.
Notice this time they're not saying Zanzibar land anymore, because it sounds stupid in English, and I don't think they nearly knew that when they were making Metal Gear 2.
Not again.
Yeah, good job, Gorg. Well done, Snake. I got him on the second try. That sure as hell was faster than the first. It took way longer to farm up the rations for the boss battle than it did for the boss battle, but it was still helpful because I did have to heal to kill the boss.
Is it over?
Wah! Oh, it's the thermal goggle effect. His POV shots get the same overlay effect that the thermal goggles give you. No text and squares on the screen, but the same scan lines. Grey Fox!
That ninja is Grey Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous.
Gosh, the voice actor is so into this.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. They were using a soldier for their
No
gene
doubt
therapy
about it. That
experiments.
was Grey Fox.
It happened right after you retired. Your predecessor, Dr. Clark, was in charge.
Dr. Clark?
Yes. He started the gene therapy project.
And where is he now?
In retrospect,
He
I
was
think
killed
if I
in an
was
explosion
Otacon
in
here,
his
I
lab
might
2
piss
years
myself
ago.
too.
So what
No
about
one
this
gives
soldier?
Otacon crap for pissing himself. I
Apparently,
think
for their
this
test
is
subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was
very
recovered
Arsenal
after the
Gear
fall of
sounding
Zanzibar.
music.
And that
I
was
think
Grey
of all the
Fox.
situations where characters in fiction have pissed themselves, this has been one of the
But they
justifiable
revived him.
ones.
They fitted him with a prototype
The
exoskeleton
one
and
allowed to
kept him drugged
piss.
for 4
Yeah.
years while they experimented on him like a plaything. Today's genome soldiers were born from those experiments.
That's the sickest thing I ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
So, look at the numbers in the middle of the codec screen, the 140.85. Is it just me, or in the PlayStation version, is there actually a slight bloom effect applied? A little glow to those numbers, so it looks more like a digital piece of electronic LED light or something lighting up in the dark. Very 90s. I feel like they're also greener, like it's a different shade of green when I'm emulating the game versus the PC version.
How long are you gonna stay in there?
Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out.
That's right, Otacon. I'm really into anime for children. But yeah, the PlayStation 1 codec screen
You're the Metal Gear chief engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
has a bit more of a bloom effect going on those numbers.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me.
There's a lot of little things
Something that I've got to do
that are different in the PC version.
Oh. Well, at least you're not one of them.
Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little bit trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Liar! I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No. All the armament was built by a separate department, and the President personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between ArmsTech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah, but that's not all I think. If Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
No. Could it be? Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using NOVA and NIF laser nuclear fusion testing equipment and supercomputers.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data. These are some of the supercomputers. If you link these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launched that thing... Damn. Damn.
So, I'm looking at some Duck Station footage of Metal Gear Solid 1. And I don't know if the video uploader applied some kind of interpolation effect, but it looks smoother. Like, it looks like the frame rate or animations or something are smoother than what I'm used to in the PC version.
He was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA.
Otacon, can we please talk about Muff? It's probably interpolation. MGS1 is locked at 30 FPS.
But the one that wound up getting used was me.
I'm wondering how jealous I should be of the filters they get to play around with in Duck Station, though.
Enough crying.
There was some way to
Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they
smoothen out the text while keeping most everything else intact. That would be a fun thing to play with for a little while. I'm skipping all this. A lot of this is exposition. We're not getting very intense story development for most of this stuff. This one maybe. Otacon's
I don't need you. I just need your brain.
Underdog sort of character is established here with his bad leg.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere.
You got a point.
You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was gonna use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after you too.
Oof.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
Oh, there's Psycho Mantis music.
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me.
Meryl, what happened?
Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
A disguise?
She had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh? There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense.
The bathroom. We're gonna skip.
Japan was the first country
Oh yeah, the one anime, the only anime that exists in the Metal Gear Solid timeline is Police Knots. So when they have to use stock footage for anime, it's Police Knots that shows up.
You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has always thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists who wanted to be famous. But that's all over now.
Police Knots good. Yes, yes it is.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about them.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. We're gonna skip the story cutscene because it's like getting late, and these cutscenes are really, really long, and that's one of the longest ones. The longest one since the arms technology president Kenneth Baker had been rescued for all but 10 minutes before he dies again from Foxdie. But before I wrap up the stream, I wanted to enjoy this really good music for a short while. When we save the game with Mei Ling, let's do it to this music in the background. Yeah, I would love it if there was some way I could play a version of Metal Gear Solid 1 that looks as good as the default PC version, has this blocky text from the PlayStation version sharpened up, some of those post-processing effects from the PlayStation version, including apparently a bloom effect going on with the numbers on the codec screen here. Yeah, I really maybe should actually be taking a look at the image included with the Master Collection version. Maybe I could throw that into Duck Station and finally figure out a way to have the best of both worlds. You'd still be missing out on the alternate guard placement mode, though. That's something that I want to actually get mileage out of. She came out of nowhere with that quote.
I wanted to do applied physics, not just theoretical stuff. I wanted to make things for people. The Soliton radar system or the Kodak system. I just wanted to make something that would be useful for people. I think that it was the same for Dr. Emmerich, too. But he was used like a tool. Used to make a horrible killing machine. Maybe it would be better if engineers like us just stop making things. I don't know.
I didn't know that Kodak conversation was there. Her voice actor got really intense for that one. Also, someone just said that the PS1 version of Integral that's included in the Master Collection has everything the PC version has. That's not actually true. It turns out that this alternate guard placement business, oh boy, what a mouthful, is the alternate guard placement's not in the PlayStation version, so even though I'd like to be emulating that, I would not be getting this fun alternate hard mode sort of experience. Okay, when the elevator dumps me out, I'm actually going to save with Mei Ling again. I saved too early. And then I'm going to change things up a bit and crack into the VR missions for a short little while.
What's up, Snake?
Mei Ling, how did you get into this line of work?
The truth is,
The text is super clean. Okay, it's different text I'm talking about. The codec text is fine, but look at like where it says memory behind it. Memory is blocky as hell.
that's when I heard that the U.S. Air Force needed people to do BDAs, battle damage assessments.
Those are the guys whose job it is to confirm how successful a bombing run was.
Yeah, so I started to do research into aerial photography and air intelligence. I made it my major.
But there are no pilots who only do BDAs.
That's right, but by the time I learned that, I was already an expert in my field.
Okay, how does it work in this version? Do you want to save current date? No. Yeah, right. That's what I was getting wrong. So now I exit out of the game and double launch the VR missions executable, which is a different EXE than the main game. Oh god, that's loud. Holy cow. Yeah, where we have a much cheesier, like, E3 1999 trailer. The vibes are remarkably different here. We're allowed to have fun now. Metal Gear is putting its hair down. Not entirely sure if the video is playing properly, but I'm just gonna let the audio run because... Oh my gosh. I moved the window a bit and it synced things all out of whack, but it's going nuts. This music track is something that I I have imprinted in my brain memory from Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, of all things, believe it or not. What is extra? Oh no. Oh no, is this what I think it is? Oh no, yes it is. I accidentally... Oh wow, look at how good the aesthetics look. Successful return photo shoot. Yeah, look at these Zone of the Enders ass aesthetics, and like the text looking all blocky and weird is fine here. I accidentally stumbled into the take creepy pictures of Mei Ling mode. They're giving me 5 minutes here. Do I really want to be... What happens if I punch her? No, oh, they don't let you get too close. Yeah, this is the MGS2 Ray fight arena. Also, the effect that's popping up on the ground, can I go into perma first person mode, is very sharp. Like, that's drawn on a... Those lines are being drawn on a vector style geometry system that has them looking sharp at a very high resolution. The pitch dark blackness of the background and the relatively low-key contrast with these bold neon colors and dark grays is creating a remarkably aesthetic image. Like, yeah, look at this. This looks like a desktop wallpaper. This is running at, I think we got 1600 lines of vertical resolution going. It looks way better than the rest of the game, I'll give it that. And I'm curious to know what happens if I count down the whole timer for the 3 minutes. So we're just gonna talk for a bit. For 3 minutes. We got each other here in this really weird situation. Why does it say Big Boss on the ground? What's inside of her ear? Can I... Yeah, can we only take pictures on the stupidest, dumbest looking frames of the animation possible? She looks kind of like a Virtua Fighter. Yes, 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 we want the eyes bulging out and popping. Yes, we want the inside of your face clipping out on the outside. That's the stuff, baby. This looks like it takes place in Arsenal. This arena is so simple because the Mei Ling model is super high resolution compared to the other models and it wouldn't work otherwise. Yeah. It's ironic that the level ends up looking really, really, really good by PlayStation standards because all the polygon budget is going into Mei Ling here. Video games. They truly were a mistake. Your rank dictates how close you could get, if I remember correctly. These are like proto MGS2 models. This level was the inspiration for the upskirt photography game. I realize that there are several things you could be talking about with an upskirt photography game. She's an airplane. Wee, look. She's a very highly trained, highly educated MIT PhD engineer, but for just a few seconds she was an airplane. This is truly Kojimbo's vision of Melee. The PT, the PS1 T-Rex Melee. This is the prototype for PT. She said she just wanted to be a fighter pilot. So in order to get this close, you'd need Big Boss rank. That's why it says Big Boss. So this is the reward for finishing the game on Big Boss rank, is that you get to clip your character model 10 inches closer to the oogling the women's side quest minigame thing. Perhaps one day we can all be airplanes. Or is this a 100% completion for the VR missions? In either case, we're cracking into those, but for a very different reason than whatever this business is right here. Wait, there's two different Naomis. Okay, I'm curious. Oh my gosh, that looks hideous. Standing and sitting. So that's... Hang on. We gotta get real up close. Oh my god! This is amazing. She looks like a Futurama character. Bro, that smile. This is the epitome of feminine beauty right here. Kojima's Dream Woman. Actually, there is a pretty impressive shader effect going on with the lip gloss, but yes, this is it. This is it, everyone. There's no reason to look at anything with your eyeballs ever again. Wait, can I can't exit? Okay, how do we soft reset? Is it start select A, B, X, Y? Start select triggers? Is it the triggers plus A, B, X, Y? How do I get out? I need to get out. How do I... Start select? The space above her top teeth is really what sells it. What is this space? I need to see. Something about her eyelids, like she has these really intense facial expressions where she looks like the cat from the cover art for Hausu. Can you leave through the starting area? Oh yeah, look at that. There's a little blue doohickey on the ground. We love a woman with no gums. Successful return. Photo shoot. There we go. It's L1, L2, R1, R2, start and select all at once. Well, you know what? It's also walk to the south. Do you got anything interesting in the options menu? No, we don't actually. The less of these options I look at, the better. I hate them. Cancel, back out. No, go away. Cancel. Jesus, we just... VR training. Advanced mode. This is the good one. Stinger, SOCOM, I guess SOCOM? Time attack or practice? I guess time attack? I remember these being fun. Oh no. So what's my goal here? I remember advanced mode being fun. Last time when I was playing the Game Boy one, Ghost Babel, I didn't have advanced mode unlocked by default. Time limit, 20 seconds, ammo 10, enemies 2. Do I just kill the 2 enemies? No gunshot noise, what? Yeah, that was pretty bad, but more importantly, I want to bring up sneaking mode, level 1, sure, yeah. Time limit, 15 seconds, burn this imagery into your brain. Look at what is on the screen, and remember it. Ye mighty, and tremble. How do I don't know if I... Bugged suppressor, maybe?
What was that? Who's that?
I guess they just want me to kill him. They want me to shoot this guy dead. What is the justification, the morality here? And yeah, no gunshot noise. Weird glitch going on with that. Anyways, I hope I hope that you burnt that into your brain and that your photographic memory is recreating what that scene looks like right now, because I am going to bring a VBA window up on the screen where we're gonna see. Oh God, why is it all mushy? It's a little mushy. Gotta just bring it down there and also increase the size of the window while also expanding the crop all the way. Then right click and center to screen and press start. Because check this out. We got VR training in Ghost Babby, and the first level that gee, no, I gotta pause. The actual VR missions need to go. Okay. Oh crap, I think I picked the wrong one. Level 1 here. Look at this. So the image that you had just burned into your brain is, if you have a good photographic memory, is like a one-to-one indistinguishable mashup of what's happening now in the Game Boy version. It's the same image. Corporate wants us to find a difference between those two images, and there's no difference. It's the same game. The same software, even. I just wanted to point that out before ending the stream tonight. How remarkably close they got it. I can't get over how close to the PlayStation 1 this looks. Like, the blue and the orange contrast, the lighting and the shading on the L-shaped wall in the middle, the placement, the layouts, it's all the same. It's like a one-to-one demake of the VR missions on Game Boy. And I want to play them. I want to play more of this. They're fun. I think it's weirdly more fun, actually, in 2D than 3D. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that next time. Dun dun dun. We're entering into a new era here, where Mondays from now on are gonna be Metal Gear Mondays. On Mondays, I'm gonna be playing some fun, exciting Metal Gear games. At some point, I'm going to be streaming Metal Gear Solid 3 with just the cinematic cameras on, and that's going to be a real break glass in case of emergency moment. But Metal Gear Mondays is for sure a thing from now on for the foreseeable future, because it's helping me get my shit back together. And then I'm ending the week on streams on either Fridays or Saturdays. It's a bookmark for my week. Yeah, I end these streams feeling a little more positive about being productive. And I end these streams feeling a little more positive about kicking back and relaxing for the weekend. So it's a good situation and good headspace to be in. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching. To everyone who donated, thanks for the donations. I'll be uploading these on the YouTube channel as well, and picking this back up on right now. I want to say Friday. Might be Saturday. But on either Friday or Saturday, we'll be picking up Metal Gear goodies again. Got to come up with some kind of snappy name for a way to end the week. But yeah, I want to play some extra content, some bonus levels, some hard mode challenges, this alternate guard placement stuff before doing Metal Gear Solid 3. I want to associate Metal Gear Solid 3's stream with the actual video release, and that's why Metal Gear Mondays are good for keeping me more productive. Also, Eddie has to poop.